Good morning, traders. I am Chris as Trading Boxes. I am filling out for Jim today. Happy Capital Preservation Friday. We'll get packs on this morning, but first, we're going to have Tracy here to go over the news that we've gotten overnight, some very tragic news, and she's going to give us an update on how it's affecting the markets. Hi, Tracy.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody in chat. So I will just get right to it. So overnight, obviously, I'm sure everybody's heard, but Israel attacked Iran's nuclear program sites and a major escalation of tensions in the Middle East. We saw risk off in the equity markets with U.S. indices down about 1%. Crude was up about 15%, but kind of has retraced that move a bit and now up 7%. We also saw gold spike, was up about 2%, has retraced also a bit, up about 1%. Normally, natural gas prices would not exactly be affected by this, but Israel did shut its largest gas field out of precaution. So natural gas traders will be watching this to see how long these supplies will be off the market. And we did see a spike in European natural gas, up 6%. U.S. natural gas up only about 1%. However, the longer that those flows are off the market, that would mean that we probably see an increase of U.S. LNG exports. And so we might see a spike in U.S. nat gas, again, depending on how long this lasts. We did see energy stocks also in pre-market, rose in pre-market trading on the back of crude oil gains. We saw Exxon and Chevron both up about 2.5%. Now, bonds were relatively flat after spiking a bit in the overnight. They are down now slightly. So kind of what we are seeing here is classical risk off moves. And what we need to be watching now is kind of for the speed and the scale of response from Tehran. And that will kind of shape the duration of the current moves that we are seeing in the market. Because a lot of times when we have these geopolitical risks, these moves often do fade after kind of the initial shock, kind of what we're seeing in oil right now, although obviously up 7% is still elevated. Over the course of today, if we're looking at the equity market, short term, this could be used as an excuse or a catalyst by investors for some profit taking after, a very strong comeback of risk assets. We need to watch also. Anthony and I have talked about this every morning with oil prices slowly rising on the inflation side of things. So if we do see any persistent gains in oil prices, that definitely would add to inflation and kind of throw a wrench in the Federal Reserve's 2% that they are aiming for. So for today, we need to keep an eye out for further escalation or de-escalation. Although Israel says it is planning for this to be a longer conflict, we need to see what the response will be from Tehran. Now, what would really send markets in a tizzy if Iran decides to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which doesn't seem likely because that would disrupt their oil flows to the rest of the world. But they could use this as a weapon to affect global shipping because it is a huge shipping lane. So we need to watch out for that and keep it tight. Today, markets might be volatile, and then I will be back with you guys at 10 to go over University of Michigan consumer sentiment and inflation survey data.
Thanks so much. All important information. I agree. It's going to be volatile today.
Absolutely.
All right, Tracy,
And
thanks so much for giving us that update.
You got it. I'll see you guys at 10, and I'll be in the chat.
Take care. All right, guys, we're now going to have Pax join us. Morning, Pax.
Hey, Chris. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Capital Preservation Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, in light of rollover, we are in the middle of the rollover season, and the indices not my favorite time to trade. Tracy and I and Anthony did a spaces at the beginning of last rollover, and in that I talked about how during periods of volatility, and that volatility is exacerbated. In periods of low volatility, that low volatility is also exacerbated. And the canary in the coal mine, obviously, is the bombing last night, and the follow up, as Tracy was just discussing with you, in what's going on. While Tracy was talking, I had Googled the biggest one day rally in crude from low to high was in 2008, rallied 16%. I do believe that yesterday, or the overnight rally last night, is the second largest one day rally, 13%. Wow. So I think that we have seen from the low of 68.49 to the high of 77.62, a 13+% rally, and that's significant. Now we're back right in the middle of the entire range, 68, 78, 88, 98. Oh, yeah, we're right, a little bit below. So I've got, there's a lot to look to, for crude traders. I posted some levels last night that I think are important. 77.70, 77.60, the high of the night is an old, really, really, really important level. S&P is also very, very interesting. Levels I posted last night too are going to be very pivotal. They don't change. These are levels that I've spoken about many, many times, and they're not going to change. So there's a lot of interesting things happening in these markets, Chris. And, anything, as I tweeted last night at 9 o'clock Central Time, we were trading in my group. We were all short, and we took the money at 59.49, which is the yearly opening range, and steady on the year. And that's what we were churning steady on the year. We made it down there. We tested it. We got down to a macro level that I tweeted a million times about, 59.29, and then that held. So as I tweeted last night at 9 o'clock, we're churning the yearly opening range. Anything can happen. We can be 100 lower in the morning. We can be 50 higher. And here we are back, 40 points higher than that level. So anything can happen today, especially with it being rollover.
Yeah, what a overnight move.
These last few weeks, I have not been interested in spending money in these markets. I've had a small long position I've been building since the 58 handle that I covered last night, and around this area, I covered them last night at 59.94. And I would tell my traders, this is not. I don't want to spend money in these markets. That doesn't mean I don't trade. Capital Preservation Friday doesn't mean that I don't trade. It just means that I already use very tight stops. I'm right or right out on every trade. But it just means that I'm not willing to take anything more than 2 or 3 expenses, and very, very small and tight expenses on Capital Preservation Friday. And I would say in the last 3 weeks, it's been the same. I'm not willing to spend a whole lot of money in these markets. There's no reason to. These dreaded creeping rallies are dreaded creeping rallies. I've never liked trading them. I try to get a little bit of a small swing position on with the momentum of the market and then leave it. Today, I don't know. I don't know whether or not I'm willing to spend any money in the markets today. We could see a rally back up to 60.50 in the S&P. We can see a break back down to 59.49. We can see a trade up to 60.50, back down to 59.49. It's rollover, and we got to wait for Iran's response to Israel and see what happens there. So all kinds of crazy mayhem.
Yeah, so let's talk on rollover here. Being that it's a combination between this world event that we're seeing and rollover, you talk about not taking more expenses or not looking for trades. Do you combine those?
I'll look for trades. I'll look for trades. I'm just not willing to spend much money in it.
Okay, so that's the only adjustment that you're making in these sort of situations?
If we didn't bomb Iran yesterday, I wouldn't be anywhere near my screens today. But we're expecting volatility because of the crazy stuff that's going on in the world and in the country too. So, I mean, like I said a minute ago, Capital Preservation Friday doesn't mean I'm not going to trade. It just means that I'm going to keep my expenses very, very tight if I do, so that's been my general attitude since we, really since we gapped that 59.10, 57.10 to 57.15 area in the S&P. It's been my attitude that I really don't want to spend much money in this. Get long if you hold it. If I can pay for the trade and remove my risk and take profit on it, well, let's see where the market wants to go. So today's no different. We can be very volatile, or it could be a really it could be a lackluster trade. I don't know that I've ever used that word in my life, lackluster, but it could be a really crappy trade. And if it's a crappy trade, I'm going to cut it quick. It's rainy out, I'll go spend time with my wife or go do something else other than sit in front of these screens.
Yeah, I know one of the things that you keep talking about it's rollover week, nothing's happening. I think we've all experienced that. We've all seen it, and it's right to keep expenses low. For many traders, I mean, I know many traders reach out to you saying they are going through these losses, and you just remind them, hey, know what you should be trading. You should not be affording those expenses here during this market. Volatility shows up, you step in, and that's where you capitalize.
Well, absolutely. One person, I certainly don't mean to not be inclusive, but, the old saying is I forget how it went, but, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Right. And I've seen a lot of posts on Twitter about people who just love this price action. I don't love this price action. It doesn't mean I don't trade it. It just means that I'm looking for those, I posted yesterday, the 15 handle swings, the S&P trades in 15 handle swings every day without fail from the opening range. Yesterday's, for example, and it trades in 15 handle increments. So yesterday's top of yesterday's opening range was 60-20 half. I had a macro level I've been tweeting about at 60-62. And 15 handles rotation, so 60-20 half up to 60-35. Another 15 handles is 60-50. Another which takes us right up to it was yesterday's high, and I tweeted about that when we were trading in the 30s that we target 60-50, and then above that is that macro zone, which was the extended session high. So when those levels hold, it's one ladder rung, like ladders, right? One up, yep. Another one up, another one up. The NASDAQ trades in 60 handle swings. And I also put that out yesterday on Twitter too. So 15 handles from the OR, 60 handles from the OR in the NASDAQ, and up and down. So you can, once the opening range is set this morning, you can trade those 15 handle rotations. If the opening range is choppy, non-committal, well, I'm not going to trade that. I'll take a couple of expenses on the first attempts out, or a couple of trades in the first attempts out, and that's it. I'll then wait for those 15 handle rotations, because that's when the algorithms decide this is in fact the direction we're headed. If we take it out, we got another 15 points, and so I'm not looking at this point in my career. I'm not trading this 15 handle rotations every day. I'm just don't have the bandwidth for it. But that's how careers are built. You build your bankroll on these 15, 30 handle point swings, and you continue to, bank a little bit of money, Let's say, for example, you're averaging like, I don't know, it's 15,000 a month, 20,000 a month, trading small, you're trading 2-lot, 20-lot micros, 2-lot minis, 20-lot micros, and never mind. You trade small, and you're pulling 10, 20, 30,000 out consistently every month. Nobody makes money every day, but every month you can pull something like that out. When the ranges start to expand and we start having some really good follow through these 15 handle rotations or from the OR, those $15,000 months become 50, and those $50,000 months every so often will be 100, and so on. It's a matter of learning how to survive to thrive, learning how to protect yourself on literally every single trade you make. Before you take any trade, you need to know two things. You need to know your outs. If you know what your outs are, you can take the trade. Your outs meaning, where am I going to get out for an expense, and where will I cover for a profit?
Right.
And if you really want to be a long-term profitable trader, where will I add to my profit? Most traders dollar cost average, right? Most traders are going to average in a loss. They're going to buy 92s, they'll buy 80s, they'll buy 60s, and then puke them at 49 if they're wrong. I don't trade like that. I buy 92s, it's got to go 92 bid. Oh, I don't know. I'm talking too much. I'll let you go.
No, I completely agree. We make the money when we go level to level. Apart from that, if we're not experiencing that sort of market behavior, expenses start to add up. And this is where, capital preservation comes in. We want to get conservative and sure, trade, like you say, but not experience those large expenses that take away from the gains that you experience during these multi-trend periods.
Right. There's, I came up with the idea of Capital Preservation Friday because Fridays were historically my worst days. So if I tighten it up and keep my and take more scratches, and then I'll preserve my capital on Fridays. But then I found myself having some of my best days on Capital Preservation Friday when I started to really think about preserving my capital. I began to really experience some large trading days on a Friday,
right?
And then I just adopted that into my everyday trading, right or right out on everything. Why would I want to do anything different on a Wednesday than I would on a Friday? Capital preservation is the key to everything. I was tweeting last night with a trader that I've known for DMing, not tweeting, with a trader I've known for a couple of years since I started my group. And when I met him, he was really struggling. He had lost a bunch of money. He had some health issues. He texted me his account balance yesterday and told me that he's done. He's done trading. I thought, okay, great. You've made a lot of money. Now you preserve and protect that money. And he wants to grow spiritually and emotionally, and then maybe come back. And, my point to him was, you reset. If you come back to trading, you reset. You don't, it's no different. Every day we come in and we reset, whether you had a 6-figure day yesterday, or you had some small expenses, or you had a small profitable day, you reset. We reset every trade, preserve and protect our capital, both physical, working out and taking care of our bodies, and spiritual capital, taking care of our souls, and mental capital, reading and learning and staying well informed, not watching Fox News or CNN, and getting somebody else's opinion, but forming your own, and learning how to think rationally and logically. That's important too. But financial capital, preserve and protect your financial capital in all its forms, and then maybe we can survive to thrive. Then maybe we can put ourselves in a position to be long-term profitable traders. I'm not really impressed with what people make in a year, 5 years, or 10 years. People on Twitter are going to post these pictures of their cars and things. I don't care about that. I've known too many traders worth 10, 20, $30 million that have gone broke. I mean, way too many. And I can guarantee everybody out there listening, this business will change. Things will change.
Yep.
And relationships will change. Divorces happen, and people get sick and die, and recessions happen, and money comes and money goes. What doesn't is the money that we reset every day, the money that we protect and preserve and do it again and rinse, repeat, right? If I have a $50,000 month, I'm not going to risk that 50,000 to make $1 million next month. I'll spend a few thousand of that to try to, see whatever the market gives me.
Yeah.
Not,
Yeah. So question on all of this that you said, which is great for everybody to hear, but there are many traders who are recently new, or they're just starting out, and you talk about resetting, and I can see, and I know how it's now a discipline of yours, and you can, from one day to another, literally reset, where anything that happened the day before or the month before, you're starting out on a blank state, you're starting at zero. For those who are not there yet, where they are solidified with that discipline, and they're still struggling because the emotional weight of these fluctuations in their financial accounts or trades, can you share a little bit on what was the transition period like for you, and what, I know you talk about working out, spiritual discipline, religiously, everything, family, everything. But what did that transition look like for you to have that habit become a discipline that's acted out by you on a daily basis?
I wish I can tell you. I wish you didn't ask me that. I wish I can tell you, Christian, that it was a seamless transition. I woke up one day and just decided to get my shit together. I mean, get my life together. That's not what happened. I went broke. My ego got the better of me. MF Global failed. I don't mind talking about this. I did a podcast on it yesterday. It's just so I have a tendency to go on a little bit in this regard. So if I do drone on here, Chris,
sure,
gotta stop me. All right, now,
absolutely.
So MF Global, look, I made generational life-changing money in the NASDAQ pit, and then I got divorced, and a huge percent, again, more than 50% when I had 2 kids, more than 50% went to my ex-wife and kids, 60% actually, and then and then little bits and pieces here. I was still rich, and then the business changed. The volume went. I took a year off, came back, and the Nasdaq ranges went from like 200-300 points a day to 30-40. So instead of trading breakouts, opening range breakouts like I do now, I started to sell rallies, buy breaks, and fade things. So I spun my wheels, and then and the volume. Majority of the volume then had migrated to the screens, and I didn't adjust with that very quickly. So I didn't make money for a couple of years. I opened a prop group, real prop, not funding companies. And I had a bunch of traders that I backed and were trading for us. And, and that takes a while to ramp up, to get everybody up to speed and trading and managing risk the right way. And then 08 happened. By that time, my mother had died in June. My sister died in October. And my mother-in-law I got remarried in 05, had 3 more kids in a short period of time. And then my mother-in-law died in March of 09. So I missed all of that trading, and my firm went under. The Great Recession hit, millions of dollars went away. Yeah. I was still okay, still all right. Just, had to figure something out. So I went into the hogs, and I traded hogs, and I became, they didn't like me in there. They didn't want new guys in there, especially good. I don't know. They just didn't want new guys in there.
Yeah.
So they tried to get rid of me, but I earned their respect and came in every morning. I was down money from out trades. They would put out trades into me, but I earned my way into that pit, and I did well again. Then MF Global failed in 2011. Now my ego, right? I'm PAX. I'm great at this. I'll always survive. I'll always make it back. If I lose money, I'll make it back. If I lose 10,000, I'll make 100. If I lose 100, I'll make 2.
Yeah.
Then MF Global hit, and everything came crashing down on me. I had no idea what was going on. I didn't seek any real assistance from any more experienced traders, because it seemed like nobody knew what to expect. This had never happened before in the futures industry. I mean, it happened with LTCM, it happened with Peregrine, but never happened to me. So everything that I just pushed aside and didn't deal with spiritually and emotionally all came crashing down on me. And I just went through the remainder of the money that we had pretty quickly. So in 2012, I was emptying out retirement accounts, not telling my wife. I was, and not worrying about the taxes. That was a great idea. I had a big tax bill when I started making money again. And the loss carrybacks for futures traders also help. But, now I was broke. I had nothing. My ego was gone. Self-confidence was gone. I was fat. I was bloated. I was smoking too much, drinking too much, not sleeping, no idea what I was going to do with my life. And then, gradually the stuff with MF Global started to clear out. We started to get some money back. And my wife and I rented a house in Key Biscayne, Florida for the winter, and took our kids down there and kind of reassessed. My wife was a clerk on the floor for 18 years. So she knows this business very well. And she said, go figure it out. So that's when very slowly, like I bought a pair of running shoes to walk around my block, and I did. And then eventually I walked 1 mile and 2 miles, and, and then I started to run a little, and, I'm up trying to figure out how to trade again, how to make money, trading Europe, trading US. So then I just decided, you know what, I'm making money trading US open. And so I'm going to trade 1 lots and 2 lots and be green. That was my only goal. 100, 200. That's it. And, I'm up in the middle of the night now. So I joined Planet Fitness for $1 a month and started to work out again. Now I started to drop weight, started getting shape again. I stopped smoking. I started running. I started eating better. as I did that and started to pray rosaries every morning and started to go to the mass during the week. And as I did that, ironically enough, I started to become profitable again. Now, small amounts, 200, 400, 500, but that was good because if I could be green, if I can just be green at the end of the day, that 200 would be $2,000. That $2,000 would be 20. That 20 will be 200. I knew that because it already had been that.
Yeah.
I just had to know how to put my feet back under me. And my wife believed in me. My God believed in me. And for that, and my kids loved me, and everybody loved me. And that was enough for me to be able to start to move forward again.
That's great. Thanks for that story. It sounds like it was a combination of the confidence that was instilled in yourself from understanding that these losses were, you could recuperate them, right? These expenses were recuperated with profits, and then the support, solid foundation from your spiritual, your physical journey, and your family. The belief in that support in alignment with the confidence that you had in yourself is what sort of gave you that awareness shift, where you could say, hey, regardless of what happens, I've been through the worst, right?
Yeah, right. What are our fears, Chris? What's your fear? Is your fear of going broke? Well, that happened,
Yeah.
And my wife and my wife stayed faithful to me. My God stayed faithful to me, and my kids did, and we lived in my dad's house for a year. I sold my home in Lake Forest, Illinois, moved back to the south side of Chicago, and to take the pressure off and to put that money away to rebuild. Right. So that all happened, and we were together. My kids had food on their backs or food in their tummies and clothes in their backs, and they went to decent schools. And hey, we're together. We're okay. So that fear is removed. I eventually was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Well, my mother died of cancer. My sister died of cancer. Now I got it. Well, you know what? I've survived that too.
Yep.
So that happened. I almost died a year ago from heart failure. Well, that happened, and I'm still here. What fear do I have? Fear will crush me. Fear will push me into my ego.
Yes.
My ego will push me into chasing. My ego will push me into overtrading and trying to create nothing or something out of nothing. At least in my mind, my ego will push me into scalping, and I'm not a scalper. I don't know anybody, frankly, that. Well, I'm not going to say that, but anyway. So I don't know anybody that scalps the S&P that makes money, or the NASDAQ that makes money in a long period of time. You can make money scalping for sure, but if that becomes your main focus, you're gonna, at the very least, you're going to severely limit your earning capability. So, this is the greatest business in the world. It truly is.
Absolutely.
And everything that I had put, none of this happened to me. Radical responsibility. I created all of this. The money I made, I made. The money I lost, I lost. The money I blew, I blew. I take radical responsibility for all of it. But everything that I had been through in my life, ups and downs, is what's prepared me for the last 30, 40 years of it. And maybe 50 years. I tell everybody I'm middle-aged, so that takes me to 112. I could listen, I can make that. But it's just a matter of every day protecting yourself and realize it's a marathon. You don't need to make your fortune today. If you're uncomfortable with this stuff, leave it.
Yeah.
Just take it easy. Take it easy.
Yeah. Two things that I got from that that aligned really well with you, and it's a great message for everybody. One is your huge expansion and awareness that's come from everything that you've gone through, and something that relates to what you're saying is the book called Awareness by Anthony Crudele. Have you read that by any chance?
I lived it. I didn't read it.
Yeah, it's he was a priest. He has similar background, similar beliefs, just a great teacher. And the book is actually a class lesson. It was a 2-hour class lesson that they turned into a book. Amazing book. Talks about radical responsibility, like you're talking about. It happens because of me, not for me. But you're right. Talking about fear, what is there to be afraid of if what you've been through has been so much worse, that has broken you in so many pieces, that losing a little bit of money, maybe a lot of money, is nothing compared to the pain that you've experienced. You know, I've lost my kidneys. I've now had gone through dialysis and 2 kidney transplants in the last 20 years. I've been sick. I've been to the ER many, many, many times. I've been up to 15 pills a day with medicine, blood pressure issues, just anything you can imagine. Worst case scenario, like what happened with your family. My family lost it all in 2008 while I was losing my kidney. So it was an extremely difficult period. You know, my family filed for bankruptcy because we just couldn't afford things. They lost their jobs. They were trying to not lose me because my sister passed away from kidney failure at a younger age. So all of that fear that I experienced, you know, when somebody asked me, and I'm sure people ask you, well, how are you not fearful of losing money? Or you are up to a certain point, but you know, the things that we have gone through in our own lives, and I'm sure many out there as well, it does not compare to the pain that we've experienced. The pain of losing money is much, much less than what we've experienced. And I know you can agree, you've been through this huge, intense pain. But that support system, the family, the belief in yourself, all of that combines together to create these amazing pillars in life that allow you to continue to show up again and say, well, if that has not defeated me, there's no way this is going to defeat me. This is nothing compared to that.
That's beautiful, Chris. And yeah, right. You know, if it's in our struggles. It's in our struggles that we truly find ourselves. You know, I know it's you know, it's in carrying our cross that we find the meaning. It's in the cross that we find the meaning. It's in the little deaths to ourselves and the resurrection that we find ultimately freedom.
Yes.
And, you know, so much of our trading, look at, I know I saw a comment of somebody saying, this is not why we're here. Yeah. Okay. You know, talk to me in 10 years there-ish. You know, if you don't think that this is all about trading, my brother, then you are a lost person. Everything that we do, everything that I do affects my trading. I will puke myself all over the screens. I bring myself to the screens every single day. I bring my fears, I bring my joy, I bring my peace, I bring my strength. And my weaknesses are in the background doing push-ups, getting stronger when I take my eye off of them because I'm the greatest trader in the world, or I'm PAX, or I'm this, or I'm that, or whatever. You know what? I am, it doesn't matter how much money I've got. It doesn't matter how much money I've made. The only trade I have in front of me, the only trade that I have is the next trade that I have to worry about. That's it.
Yep.
And if I can break it down that simple, then I can manage whatever the market is going to give me today. I can, you know, and that's it. So we can talk about the charts and we can talk about levels and I can talk about my trading methodology, and that's all well and good. But why is somebody in my group going to make $1 million when another trader is going to lose 100 trading the same exact methodology? Because they're going to bring themselves to the screen. It's and this is very, very, very serious topic. It's
absolutely.
If you don't understand that, then I would suggest that you shut your accounts down and not trade. I can give you the high and the low of the year, and most of you are going to lose money, and that is a statistical fact.
Yeah, we are trading ourselves. You know, like this topic is so important, guys, because there's limitations that our awareness may not be able to identify at the current level that you're at, and you need to expand through that awareness that will then allow you to become a better trader, a better human, a better partner. And you, like Pac said, you apply that to the screens. You bring yourself to these screens, and the potential revenue that you can make or the potential losses you can make all are derived from who you are and what you've gone through, the process that you've gone through in order to become a more resilient person. But it starts with your inner self. You know, our performance on the charts, on the markets, it starts with yourself. Like you said, if somebody can make $1 million and somebody can lose money, it's obviously something that's within ourselves that we need to spend more time with and really have those difficult conversations. Because on the other side of that, guys and ladies, it's a future that you never thought of, right? I got into this because I wanted passive income. I was unemployable. I could not be hired because I was in dialysis appointments, doctor appointments. And so I said, what can I do to make money? How can my mom lost her job? Like, she was taking me to these doctor appointments and missing out on income. Like, well, I need to make passive income. What is that? Let me trade. I don't know what to trade. Let me learn. I lost a lot of money in the beginning. My family was asking, well, after everything we've gone through, how can you just sit there and lose money? It's like, because I can see what the possibility could be like. And the pain of losing money right now is nothing compared to the pain of seeing my family broken.
Yeah.
Bankruptcy.
Let me ask you a question right there about that. So many of us, so I can imagine that the pressure at that time was huge. You got to perform, you got to make money, you got to perform, you got to make money.
Yes.
Family can't afford it. You can't afford it, yet you're losing money because nobody comes in here and makes money right away. And if you do, again, shut down your accounts and come back again. Anybody that's the worst thing in the world. Anyway, so the point is that you're under pressure to make money. You got to perform. Yet, does that pressure compare to the pressure that you have when you're a young guy in 08, 09 in the hospital, and facing your own mortality before anybody ever thinks about dying, momentous mortality. I mean, you're thinking about your momentous mori. You're thinking about what is going on. That's pressure. How am I going to survive? That's pressure. Will I see 21? Will I see 30? That's pressure. Will I have a family? Will I have the things that most people take for granted? That's real pressure. So when you've got to come in here and you got to make money and losing dough, yeah, that's pressure too. But I got to imagine that you're able to deal with that kind of pressure a lot better and a lot simpler. I loved when you and I met when I was in Florida and you shared a lot of your story with me. I just listening to you, I had just listening to you. How do I say this? I knew that you were going to be here, in 20 years from now, and long after you've earned enough money to make you financially free, you'll continue to do this because you are on a path of for lack of a better expression, a path of self-actualization. It makes you a better person to be here. It makes you a better person to do this. It makes you a better person to share your experience, strength, and hope. What it was like, what it's like now, and what it will continue to be like as long as you continue to do the right things. And that brings tears to my eyes. That's a wonderful story. That's a wonderful story.
Thank you. Yeah, like you said, it's when you're facing death and you are just wishing for one thing, to get better. That pain is nothing compared to this. And maybe many people have not gone through similar pains, but look, at the end of the day, we're all humans. We all have traumas. We all have some sort of pain that we should spend time on, focusing on in order to achieve what we want to achieve in the markets, in order to have the confidence. How many traders go into a trade, they're up a little bit of money and they sell because they don't want to lose those gains. That's this topic. Like, it's your internal self. That's what you have to analyze. That's part of what makes you a consistent trader that creates a sustainable process for you, a business, like we like to call it. But it's all internal, guys and ladies. These I want to make this so much money this today or this week. It's ego. It has to be a long-term process. It has to be one good trade, like Daly says. It's a long-term approach, one good trade. Just focus on that. It's not about taking all these random trades that are maybe C grade or B quality, if you even know how to grade them. One good trade, one step forward, create a sustainable path. But look, you guys hear myself and Pax talk about this, and I'm sure we can go on for hours, but it's really important that you take time, especially after the volatility that we've seen in the last few hours, to remind yourself why you're doing it. Be grateful for the opportunity that you get to show up here on this morning and do this. I'm sure you can agree with that.
Real wisdom there. Real wisdom that can only be forged in the fire. Real wisdom that can only be forged carrying the cross, Christian. And that's just beautiful, man. That is just, I don't know if I can swear on NinjaTrader Live, but that is just effing beautiful, man. God is good. God is good always. Always God is good. And no matter what kind of mishigas that's going on in the world, or what kind of mishigas is going on in our heads or our souls, as long as we reset, we focus on that next trade in front of us, we will be okay. Manage your expenses. What is the market doing? What is the market telling me? And how can I act and react accordingly? Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel confident, carefree, fearless, and focused? Am I confident, carefree, fearless, and focused? If I've got, and I'm going to segue into the markets. Me and Chris can segue into what I see going on too, and I can answer some of the questions that I saw in chat. But am I confident, carefree, fearless, and focused? Am I worrying about coming into the day? We're talking about Chris, putting the pressure on him to perform. Am I coming into the day to, do I need to pay my mortgage out of my trading today? I got to make money. I got to pay my rent. Am I worried about, an argument that I had with my wife or one of my kids or something? All those things help determine the size I'm going to trade. And even if I'm going to trade, I've got a whole checklist that I go through every day, every morning. I wake up at 4:45. Market doesn't open until 8:30 every day, and I breathe. I do breathing work. I do all of these things, and that helps me stretch. I do a little yoga. I pray. I meditate. These things before I even think about the markets. These things help me ground myself, put my feet on the ground in reality, in what is real, so that I can remove any pressures or fears or anything else that might be going on in my mind. When I was sick and I was going through chemo, and I'm thinking, God, I was still rebuilding my career, right? I'm still rebuilding. I don't have life insurance. I didn't have life insurance. Save money. Now I'm sick. I'll never get life insurance.
Yeah.
What do? Wake up at 3 a.m. and worry about my kids, and you worry about my wife, and what am I going to do? Well, I am the cause of and the solution to all of my financial problems. So I'd lay there, experience the fear, and then I'd wake up, I'd pray away, and I'd go to work. And and eventually I clear that up, right? So somebody had asked me about non-back adjusted charts. I'm not real sure what that means. My levels and my targets don't change. 59.49 will be a pivot point for me all year long. It will be a pivot point for me next year. There is a 53-point spread between SEP in June and the S&P. I will be mindful of the gap, the rollover gap that we leave, but I'm not going to change my charts. I use a continuous chart. We always have to use continuous charts and roll on the day that the volume. Roll your positions before, but trade actively. Well, I'll trade actively SEP, S&P, NASDAQ when the volume is greater in those markets. And that'll be either Monday of next week or maybe as late as Tuesday morning. But the volume will shift, and that's when I'll start looking at September. But again, 60.09. 60.09 is the level I've been tweeting about. That's not going to change. 60.62 will be a macro zone in my work forever. My 19-year-old son has been trading with me all summer long. When he's trading in 20 years from now, when market comes to 60.62, it'll be important. 61 quarter on the upside, and then of course the all-time high is 61.66. But so 61.66. 61.66, 61.25, 60.89 too, but 60.62, 60.09, 59.80, 59.49, 59.29, 59.10. Those will always be targets in my mind. They don't change ever. I'm not going to adjust them 52 points. The yearly opening range is a yearly opening range. Macro levels are
right.
Right. They don't change. 58.40 below that, So there. Now, what do I think the market is going to do? I have no clue. I don't know. Usually I have a pretty good idea. I don't always trade my idea. I usually have a bias coming into the day. I don't trade my bias. I don't trade my bias. I trade the breakouts from the opening range. And I'm looking for 15 handle swings from there. The opening range has been clearly defined. To answer your question, Daniel, the opening range has been clearly defined since Dow theory was invented by futures exchanges as the high and the low of the first 30 seconds. Similarly, the closing range is the high and the low of the last 30 seconds. The algorithms are turned on. There isn't one interbank algo. There's thousands of them. The algos are turned on at the majority. Last night, obviously, is a little different because it's a news-driven event. but algorithms are turned on at 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern, and that's when the volume kicks up. You can see it every day. Just put up a volume chart. You can see the volume kick off on a 30-second sub-minute bar. I don't look at charts during the day. I know what levels I'm going to trade. I'm before the market opens, and I'm not going to, I'm not going to look at a 5-minute and 15-minute and 30-minute and seek trades that way. I'm going to trade the breakout from the opening range. I'm going to look for 15-handle rotations up to my macro zones or down to my macro zones. And I won't take more than 2 expenses from the opening range before I cut my size, give myself another 2. And then I wait for the 15-handle rotation. So it's nice and easy, simple and actionable, consistent, repeatable, and scalable. Your stats, everybody, all the young traders pay attention to stats. What's my win rate? I could care less about my win rate. My win rate doesn't matter. My win rate is probably, I say this every week because I want to drive this point home. My win rate doesn't matter. My stats don't matter. My win rate is probably 20%. Yet I've made a ton of money this year because of the volatility. So to borrow a phrase from Crudele, from Anthony, who's one of my dearest friends, the key to a long profitable career is how you go big, go small, or not at all. If I've got a superpower as a trader, it is the ability to miss moves and to not care. It is the ability to spend money and not care, not try to make that money back. I don't do that ever. I'm not ever going to take a trade based on past trades. I'm never going to trade my P&L. I took my P&L off my screens years ago. I'm going to make trades based on what is in front of me, what the market is doing at that time. I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to trade my opinion. I'm going to trade what the market is doing according to my process. And I will look for places to add to my size. I will look for places to decrease my size. And I will look for places to not trade at all. Go big, go small, or not at all. That for me is what is ultimately freeing, what makes me free, gives me the ability to be financially free, to go from a 4 lot to a 40 lot based on market conditions.
Yeah. So 2 questions here. As we, and this is more a little bit on your process, as we're going from one of these macro levels to another macro level, and you talk about these 15-point for ES, 15-point, and then 16-point for NQ movements, and you don't look at charts during the day, is it? I imagine that you're looking at something else that can allow you to understand when we are either finding some sort of resistance or rejection at that 15-point level, where you can say, okay, we are going to move into that next 15-point, or we are not, and therefore I'm not going to add. What is that you're looking at to sort of understand that it will continue and you do want to continue to be involved?
Well, that's a really simple question. So yesterday's opening range, we're long from 60-20 half. I paid for my trade at 60-24 half to remove my risk by selling 25% of my position. And then, it's the same thing from what I call the pay lines. So from 4 points above there, I don't know that the market is coming back to the opening range or it's going to extend. So then it goes 24 half bid. Well, good. It's extending. And now I'm looking for 15-handle rotation. I'm looking, I turned my sound down. And now I'm looking for a 15-handle rotation up to 35. I don't know the market is going to extend there. Quite often we stop there and come back to the opening range. So now I take profit at 35. Now I'm long half my unit. If we go 35 bid, I'm going to buy more because now I'm looking for another 15-handle swing. So if we go 35 bid, I'm going to buy more. Depending on the market, it could be just what I took off, or I could increase my size a great deal. If we go 35 offer, I'm out. If we go 35 bid, I'll put them back on. I'll do that a couple of times. That's it. In the event that the market does stay bid above 35, well, I got a nice little trade going because I just added to my size. So now I'm going to pay for my trade and take profit in another 15 handles. Yesterday, we stopped at 60-35. We churned that for a little bit. That was the first 15 handles. And then we went 35 bid and we traded up to 50. So I didn't know. I stayed long. I added a 35. I stayed long up to half. I took profit. And now I've got a pretty nice little position on, and the market never got above. I took profit at 49. I always take profit in front of my targets. So we did not go 50 bid. We did not go 60-50 bid. We stopped there and then trailed back down to 35. So ladder rungs up, ladder rungs down. So once 50 held, then I sold more at 35. I scratched out the balance later on. And I had a long position that I've been carrying for the last couple of weeks that I flattened up last night as we came down through it. So that's it. It's just, I trade on DOMs, I'm going to, I got to get some things together with the coders at Ninja, and then I'm gonna I'll trade live here a little bit, but I'm only going to trade on DOMs because that's all I do. I don't look at charts during the day. I already know what prices I'm going to trade before the market gets there, and I can rattle off. I can tell you what my levels were 20 years ago. I've got a near photographic memory when it comes to this sort of thing, so I can tell you what I can go all the way down to 49. I can go down to 48.34 and tell you why that level was important. I can go to 49.51, 49.49 to 51 and tell you why that level is important. 50.66, 51.01, 51.60, from 51.01, 51.60 to 52.82 to 53.95 to 54.71 to 55.09 to 56.17, our quarterly pivot, 56.17 to 56.70 to 57.30, 57.70 to 58.40. 58.40, 58.80, 59.10, 59.28, 59.49, 59.80, 60.09. I mean, I can go all the way up down 1,000 points and tell you exactly where the levels are and where am I going to flatten and how I'm going to add and where will I be aggressive and where will I just sit and watch and preserve my capital.
Fantastic. So let's talk a little bit into what we could possibly look at this morning.
Yes.
What are you sort of after what's taken place yesterday? I know you were trading last night. Well, also another question on that. When you get a lot of volatility overnight and you're trading and you say, okay, I made what I needed to make. I don't
ever do that. I don't ever have profit goals. Once I make 1,000, I'm done. I don't ever do that. I don't want to, when I'm on, and the market is on, and I'm hitting on all cylinders, and so is the market. And it's giving it to me. I'm not going to limit myself. That's the time to be a little bit more aggressive. So I'll swing trade outside of regular trading hours. I'll swing trade my targets: 59.80 to 59.49, 59.49 to 59.28. I'll swing trade those targets. They're pivots underneath 59.80, sold. Take profit at 59.49. We go flatten because that's a yearly pivot. We go 49 offer, take profit at 30. We go 28 offers, sell more. We didn't do that. We stopped at 27.5 and came back up. Then my stops are always at entry. Once I pay for my trade and remove my risk and take profit, I leave my stops at entry. I came back, the market, Santa Claus did not come. We did not open lower, came back up, flat. Well, today's a new day. I don't know what to expect today. We're going to open in the middle of two big levels, 60.09 and 59.80. I suspect that we're going to sit and we're going to churn this level. We have University of Michigan out at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. That could move us. And if it doesn't, in the event that it doesn't, I may sit in front of the screens for a little bit, but I'm not going to sit here and trade my keister off, if the market is just kind of bouncing around between levels and it's non-committal. Now, as I said earlier, please, just because I'm not going to trade these little 50 nano rotations doesn't mean you don't have to. That's how careers are built. Think of your trading business as a building, and you're building your building on solid foundation, one brick at a time. One trade is each brick. Okay. One 50 nano rotation or one small expense. That's another brick in your building. Keep building your building one brick at a time. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't limit yourself, limit your downside, always limit your downside. If you make $1,000, lock that in. Be willing. This is very important part of Capital Preservation Friday. Lock that in. But be willing to spend a little bit of that 1,000, 200-300. And if you can do that, then you're assured that you're going to make at least 700. And if the market continues to move, now that 1,000 becomes 3. And all you had to do was spend a little bit of what you made. So I think we're going to churn today. I'm not, if we start taking, whatever the opening range is, if we start taking out these 15 handle rotations, I'll sell them, I'll buy them, and if it's easy, there's two ways I look at it. Easy is I buy 90s. We're trading at 90.5. So I buy 90s. And if the market goes 90 bid and I can pay for that trade and remove my risk, that's the definition of easy. If I buy 90s and they go offer to 89.5, I'm out. That's an expense. If it's manageable, is I buy 90s and I can scratch the trade. If I can take a scratch, then I'll do it again. If I take an expense, I'll take one more, cut my size, and leave it.
Yeah. Great. So we talked a little bit on the ES levels here for the traders who are watching. You talked about the 6009 and the 6080 here that we're stuck in between ES. What about NQ? You have 2-3 levels in mind here for those traders who are trading NQ here into the open?
NASDAQ. So remember, the NASDAQ trades in like 60 handle increments. So big levels to pay attention to in the NASDAQ. The yearly opening range in the NASDAQ is much lower. It's so the S&P is 59.49. That's steady on the year. Steady on the year, and the NASDAQ is 21,269. I don't think we made it down that far. Anyway, so big levels to look for in the NASDAQ is right here: 21,639. 21,696. These are really, really, really big levels. Above 21,639, 21,696, then we can look for back up to, yesterday I tweeted about this, the 60 handle rotation from yesterday's opening range takes us back up to 21,623. So look for that level. We got some room on the upside. The NASDAQ is stronger and has been leading to the upside, which is what I want to see in a rally. On the downside, underneath 21,639, look for 21,517. 21,517. And then underneath there, we got the yearly opening range at 21,269. 21,269 to 21,347.
Right.
That's the open of the pit.
Yeah, so it looks like we are opening up a little bit in a tight range.
Yeah.
Here. Well, it's 30 minutes from now, but we can see that a little bit stuck between those two levels that you've talked about. Break above, we can continue higher from this overnight rally, break below, and we can see those lower levels here, which is great that we're bouncing back up. Great that it didn't turn into anything worse for the world.
Right.
Glad many traders out there hopefully made some good points. And let's see what happens into the morning. I think our time is coming up, Pax. So
let me make one point, Chris. Fiona trades. If you find it hectic, well, are you going to run a marathon? Are you going to run a 26.2 mile race because you bought a pair of Hokas? Or are you going to learn how to do what I've been doing since on the screen since 2013 in a day or two? Oh man, this is a marathon. This is difficult. If you're going to try to trade my way, my process, do it on the simulator. Learn how to do this on the simulator. Do not spend live money doing this. Chris, it's always great talking to you. You are absolutely one of my favorite people to listen to during the day. I don't always get a chance to do it because, I'm busy trading my own stuff or busy with my group, but you are the best. I have nothing but high regard for you and a whole lot of respect for you. So thank you. I tweeted this the other day. It is my privilege and my pleasure to be part of NinjaTrader Live with the next gen. I liked saying that, made me feel young. The next generation of traders, the next gen traders. So thank you for that, man. Thank you. You're one of the best.
Of course, Pax, and thanks back to you for spending time and giving back to the next gen, like you say. Success. Another form of success is to turn around and give our hand back to the next people who, in this case, traders who need help and guidance. So we all thank you for that. You're an inspiration to us all. I if I can say that for everybody, and we're excited to have you. I'm excited to be able to have the opportunity to have these conversations with you. And for those listeners out there, just a lot of likes. Get those likes up for Pax. Just thank him. Great opportunity that we've had here to have this conversation, talk about these levels of his, and get ready for the day.
Amen. Trade them up, guys. But preserve and protect your capital. And Sarah, go get them, kid. You guys are the greatest. I could not be more proud to be part of this. So thank you.
All right, Pax. You enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great Capital Preservation Friday.
You too, Lynn.
And for everybody else, thanks so much for spending your Friday morning with us. I am Chris. Jim should be back next week. If it shocked you in the morning, look, I know we resemble each other pretty well. We both have great hair, and so You'll get him back next week. Now, I hope you'll join me live for next Thursday's trading session. It'll be a short session. It's a holiday for most of the market. But for now, we have Sara Strat Sniper joining us to trade the open. And you guys all have a great weekend, all right? Take care. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. I love that conversation that they just had about the next gen traders. It feels really, I don't know, it's kind of cool, right? Like the old pit guys kind of like handing the torch down. I don't know. It's cool. We love packs. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Werner. Hi, everybody. So yeah, what do we got going today? Had some news. Hey, Shabby. Had some news overnight. The way I usually start the stream, just because a lot of people don't know what the strat is, I kind of just talk about the strat quickly, and then I will go to the charts. And if my voice gets funny at any time, I'm sorry, I've got some Florida allergies going on, so I'm going to do my best. So what is the strat? So the strat, 3 universal truths. The scenarios. So there is only 3 candle types to us. We have an inside bar, which completely fits inside the previous candle's bar. We call these ones. We have an outside bar, which is basically the opposite of an inside bar. Or a lot of people call these engulfing bars, where the entire candle takes out the previous candle's high and low. And this is a broadening formation on a smaller time frame. And we have twos. So we have 2 ups and 2 downs, meaning they're directional. So, oh boy, hold on. So this candle here would be considered a 2 up because it broke the upside of the previous candle. Now, it doesn't matter what the previous candle is. It could be a 1, it could be a 2, it could be a 3, but we're breaking the upside of the previous candle. This is a 2 down, meaning it broke the downside of the previous candle. This also is a 2 down because it broke the downside of the previous candle. So with this knowledge, there is only a certain amount of ways that price can reverse or continue, okay? The other universal truth is full time frame continuity. So trading in the direction of the most 2s and 2s going 3s and across multiple time frames. So we use mainly the month, the month, the week, the day, and the 60. So we want them all to be the same color. So we know that we're trading with the trend and not against it. And the third universal truth is broadening formations, which happen all the time, everywhere. And we love broadening formations. We love to trade them. And the other thing, it's kind of like, it's not a universal truth, but we use multiple time frame analysis. So we will use lower time frames to trigger higher time frame setups. So that's kind of like the strat in a nutshell. If you want to learn more about it, you can go to my YouTube and watch my Strategication playlist. Okay, so let's get into the charts. This might be a difficult trading day because we had such a big range overnight, and now we're going to open kind of dead center of the daily candle. But if you look here, you will see that ES took out its target. So this was, with that news, this is the downside target, which is a pivot low, which we are always targeting because we are always looking to stop out traders. So let's see. So this low is 59.28.75, and we took it out by 3 ticks, it looks like. No, a point and a quarter. So anybody who had been long and using the trend and using this as a stop just got stopped out. And when that happens, we look for reversals back up, which happened in the middle of the night when everybody was asleep. So didn't really. But you can see right here, that's the level on the daily. And so this is what we do. So we use multiple time frame analysis. So we start at the higher time frames, we mark our levels, and we work our way down. And you'll see on ES, that was the daily target, right? So that's where anybody who was short should have taken their profit. And if they didn't, they got quite a move back up. But what we would do is look for this 2-2 reversal. Because again, there's only a certain amount of ways price can reverse. So a 2 down, 2 up reversal at downside exhaustion is something we look to play. And it did hit T1, which would be another pivot high, right? So anybody short who didn't cover had their stop up there, they just got taken out, right? So then though we have NQ. I was looking at this morning, which was quite interesting to me. The pivot low target, the downside, the short target is 21,471, okay? And we hit that to the tick. So the low of this candle is 21,471. The market does not like to leave double bottoms or equal lows. So I imagine, and kind of my plan for today would be to trade NQ and look for that to get taken out, because traders have their stops not usually at that level, but maybe a tick below or a point below, and we did not take them out. So that is what I would want to see for today. You can see RTY took out its pivot low target, and so did YM. Pivot low targets, right? Because that's where stops sit. And we know that, and that's where we're looking to cover if you were trading overnight. We're also going to look at oil, because oil reacted very positively to the awful war news, which, you know, we hate to see this going on in the world, but kind of is what it is. So oil yesterday had a momentum hammer, and what it's trying to do is oil is trying to take out this double top target. So you got 78.08 and 78.64 is where crude is attempting to go. Because again, just like I said on the downside, the market doesn't like, you know, clean highs or clean lows. Because again, that's where stops sit. So oil would be trying to go up here. We're going to add an alert. And I haven't looked at the monthly chart of CL, but I imagine it's the same as the oil stocks. So in our community, our Discord, we've been long energies this month because of the setup, and news tends to confirm our setups. So I'm going to show you a chart here in just a second, but like okay, XOM not the strongest. So we were trading OIH, and I'm going to show you why. And this is great strat stuff. So you can see I have this goofy looking broadening formation drawn, which is not necessarily a broadening formation, but it's a compound outside bar where if you take a range, so for example, if you take this swing low to this swing high, okay, then you take this swing high to this swing low, this is an outside bar. So like on a higher time frame, this is an outside bar. And this is one of the universal truths about the strat is this is how price action works. So once we're unable to maintain above these highs, we're looking to go and take out these lows. And we did. So then once you do that, I mean, the super high risk entry would be just going long at 195.77 because you're at downside exhaustion risk. But what we do is we wait for actionable signals. So anything on this strat setup sheet is what we consider an actionable signal. Okay. So with the OIH monthly, well, that's not necessarily, here we go. This is the OIH monthly, right? We had a 2 down in, hold on, let me count backwards, April. So a 2 down on the monthly in April. In May, we had an inside bar. And then in June, we got the inside bar reversal to the upside, which is at downside exhaustion. So with the strat, we play the tops and bottoms of the broadening formations, right? We don't like to kind of diddle in the middle. We like to catch the reversals coming off the bottom of broadening formations to the upside, or coming off the top of broadening formations, or at upside exhaustion. In this example, this would have been where you wanted to go short because you hit all upside targets, but price clearly showed you it was reversing this month. 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, inside and up, you got to get out. So if you're just a monthly trader, your trade would have been from here to here, which is a $38 move or 11% in 5 months. So this is kind of what we do. And we do this on every time frame. It just depends on what kind of trader you are, how much time you have to allocate to the charts. In intraday, a lot of people, especially in our community, have full-time jobs. So they can't, sit at the computer and watch, the 15-minute chart or, the 5-minute. So they will stick to the higher time frames, which is perfectly fine. You just have to know who you are, what you can do. And again, news kind of either confirms our actionable signal or it negates it. So right now it is confirming. What's the target here? So our monthly target on a 2 down, 1, 2 up is a 12.25% move or $29. Alex and I are both swinging OIH, so we'll see. Again, it sucks why it's up, but it is what it is, right? Like, we're traders. We take our setups. We don't know, what's going to happen. We don't know when news could come out, but this news did reconfirm the setup, right? So, yay for us, I guess. Let's look at gold. Gold, ooh, gold. Is about to go 212 up on the month. Should be at new all-time highs soon. Again, You know, this is what we do. We use multiple time frame analysis. Ooh, gold went outside week last week. And this is what's so cool about price action and range. And I talked about this a lot last week. So you had a shooter, not this week, but last week we had a shooter, okay? The shooter is only good to be short if you're below the shooter, okay? This tick down could not stay below the shooter, went from red because when it was down here, the candle was red because we opened here, traded down, the candle was red at that point. And then at some point we can go down to the lower time frames and look like what actually happened. But if you view this as a range, and again, remember there's only 3 candle types in the strat, and you can't label them a 1, 2, or 3 until they are closed, because a 1, so an inside bar can become, if it's live, an inside bar can become a 2 up, and a 2 up can become a 3 to the downside. But while these are forming, we know what's happening. So the inability to stay below last week's low told us that they were trying to go take out last week's highs. Because that's how outside bars form, right? So you fail one side of the range, where are you going? You're going to the other side of the range. If that works, what will that create, negate, or do? And again, if you go to the monthly, this is why we use multiple time frame analysis. If that works, what can that create, negate, or do on the monthly? And what it can do is trigger the inside month and up. Okay, so let's actually go, let's look at the day. Oh, there she is. And when you know the strat, you know exactly what's happening and why. Was this Tuesday? Of course it was. Okay, we love Tuesdays because we call them turnaround Tuesdays. So Tuesdays are either going to confirm or negate Monday's move. So on Monday, they opened, triggered down, and again, this is a range. So all of these bars, 1, 2, 3, 4, are stuck inside this mother bar, right? So we tick down, and then we get a turnaround Tuesday. Nope, here. Right here. So 2 down, 2 up. Didn't really do anything much on Tuesday, but it kept making higher lows, and the target 1 was up here, right where my cursor is. And target 2 is up here to trigger the month. So this is just a beautiful setup, right? So you got 2 down, 2 up, reversal. Is that on the combo sheet? It is. Right here. This is a 2 down. And then on Tuesday, we got the 2 up. Well, the market's not open, so I'm not trading live right now. Hi, Elaine. So we talked about all the futures. We talked about oil. We talked about gold. I guess I can look at silver. Here you go. Beautiful broadening formation. So in April, we took out all these guys, this being a pretty major pivot target low, right? That's where they covered. Then they reversed it on a smaller time frame. Then on the monthly time frame, you got an inside bar and up. Is that a setup? It is. T1, T2, T3. So hit them all. So potentially at exhaustion risk. Let's go higher time frames. Outside quarter. Hit that bad boy. But do you see the downside exhaustion? Look at that. Lower lows. It helps if I draw the line. Lower lows by just a little bit. 28.01. And the low was 27.86. So anybody who had been long since August of 2024 got stopped out on this candle if they were using this as their stop, right? Then you even had an inside week and up last week. Same setup, you know. Inside bar break. Inside up. Nope, 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 nope. And we have red 2 ups on the week currently. It's not looking great for longs for next week. You can see YM hit its pivot high target, and then they started taking profit, right? Because that is a major, major target to the upside. So that's where profit taking should happen, where you would expect it to happen. RTY is coming back into the top of this broadening formation, so we have not had a 2 down candle since, so this was a 2 down that went 3. We were long back in here on turnaround Tuesday, because Monday they sold the market, Tuesday they reversed the market trying to go outside weak, which they did. That's an engulfing candle, and then up, 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 up. You still have a bunch of higher lows. So I don't really know what's going to happen next week. I imagine they will trigger the week to the downside. But last week's lows is always your line in the sand, right? So if you're going to be short, you must be below last week's lows. If we are above last week's lows, then they would potentially, so if we're below last week's lows like this, right, you could short. But if they fail and start coming back up, you would look for an outside bar. And then we've been calling for a new all-time high, preferably by the end of June, but doesn't have to be the end of June. But based on the quarterly charts, that's what our expected time period is, because we use the multiple time frame analysis, right? So again, failed 2s go 3, so they're trying to take out last quarter's highs. Oh, hey, Tom. Just read in the chat a little bit. I saw Tom made his day in the wee hours, which is good. Yes, there is 10 a.m. news, and Tracy will be on for that. Oh, gosh. Yeah. So the market doesn't open for 6 more minutes. Anybody have any strat questions for me? So the monthly target for OYH for our swing is 267. And we bought it. I don't know what Alex bought, but this is what's so cool about the strat too. So even if this might not be too relevant to futures traders, but we bought the monthly break and we know what our target is. So I know that my monthly target is 267. So I went a month out, something like that, 6 weeks, something like that. And my strike that I picked, because I typically only like to swing with options and not like common, but I picked the 265 strike just because we can do that, because we know what our target is. It's pretty close. And that allows you to, pay less on your premiums if you know what your magnitude is. Magnitude is just another fun word for target. So the monthly target, 267.37, and I bought the 265s. And the stock is already up 6%. I don't know what my option is up. Maybe I can look when the market opens, but they just keep buying it up. So again, the market opens up in like 3 minutes, but you can see what they did. They tried to go 2 up, 2 down, and they're failing to stay below that. So it looks like they're trying to go outside bar. However, the open can quickly change that. But we can view that as a range. So we'll just see what happens. A strat review of SPY. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, right? Because it trades with ES. We're still looking for new all-time highs, which are not far. So SPY is opening today as a kicker and also at a magnitude. So it's a kicker because they closed at the highs yesterday, and now today, if you see this little orange dotted line, so anybody who was long yesterday was feeling good about themselves. They're like, oh, I'm going to swing. Everything looks good. Inside day closed at the highs. But this morning, they're not feeling as happy, right? Because we're opening below yesterday's lows. So we need to see what they're going to do. Are they going to, if everybody was long, are they going to panic sell at the open? Because now they're all losers. Anybody who bought yesterday and is long and holding is now a loser. Like, that's what the market just did to them. So it's about identifying, the other side of the trade, like what's going on. And if that was you, I'm sorry. It looked good for a swing overnight, but headline-driven environment, so just is what it is. But if they open and start puking it, I don't know how much they're going to puke it, because the market, the futures already moved a ton, and ES already hit its downside target, so Not too sure what SPY is going to do. See, so they're trying to go outside. Oh, and we're open. But they're trying to go outside 60s, right? NQ does it. NQ intraday is the strongest. When do we get a 4-hour flip? We get a 4-hour flip at 10 a.m. So they're buying right now. ES also goes outside 60. So remember, ES is at exhaustion, downside exhaustion risk because it took out those lows. NQ did not. We have 12-hour inside bars. So if they keep buying ES, they're trying to go up there. And then up here. Because this is now your broadening formation. So they made lower lows. Again, just barely. So they're looking to get up there. And again, all of our higher time frames are green. So even though there was bad news in here, it just gives, people an opportunity to buy more. Because again, we are still trying to go to all-time highs. Like nothing's changed there. So this is what we call a TTO, or basically stop them out. Is today Friday the 13th? Sure is. I didn't know that. And then we just look left for targets. So now it actually looks like they're trying to go outside day, which means take out Thursday's highs. Because we are not able to stay below yesterday's lows. So SPY gap down green after taking out that pivot low target. So potential outside day for SPY if you trade SPY, meaning yesterday's highs. Yeah, they definitely closed them on the highs. So nobody, there doesn't seem to be panic selling, right? That's a giant 5-minute candle. ES is attempting to try and turn the week back green. NQ as well. I just don't like that they left those equal lows down there, but so ES and NQ are both inside 5-minute candles. I like ES more just because it took out those daily pivot lows. So we'll see if we can get long on this inside hammer. 69 or 9.25. I don't like to put my order in too early because it can tick up and trigger me in, and I don't want it to. The 2-minute looks good. We're gonna go for it. Zing. So this is a rev strat. Inside, 2 down, 2 up. Once it makes a new high, I'm probably gonna like smack my stop up because I don't want it to come back in on me. So NQ made a new high. ES did not. You ever feel like you always just pick the wrong horse sometimes? And we got 20 seconds till this candle closes. I do not want to see it reverse. So, because we know what reversals look like, so I don't want it to go 2 up, 2 down, right? I want that 5-minute hammer well, not very hammery now, but I want this 5-minute inside and up to trigger and not reverse. Nope, well, that didn't work, did it? No, no. So it stopped me out because it went 2-2 reversal. ES is still stuck inside this range. It's basically like a double inside fiber. That's why I said if ES made a new high, I would want my stop at break even because you just don't want to see it come back. Just waiting. Double inside fibers. Nothing really to do. I'd like it. A little corrective activity would be nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Hey guys, give me just a second. I'm freezing. I'm gonna put a hoodie on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's nice. There we go. Sorry. All right. Double inside and 2 down. Also nothing to do. Oh, hey, Kane. Good morning, sir. What's your bias for today? I feel like ES and NQ are different. Oh, okay. Is a non-committal answer. Yeah, it will definitely go to the right of the chart. That's a given. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I like how ES took out the pivot low on the daily. I also like that NQ didn't. So kind of maybe gives us like a target for NQ, but they're conflicting, so it's annoying. We like when they've done the same thing. Yeah. Definitely. Because why? Because we're stuck. We have this giant range, and now we're just stuck inside of it. So so this is what we say in the strat. How are we going to get out of this, right? Like, we're probably not, is the answer. If you're a higher time frame trader, this 2-2 reversal on the 4-hour was real nice. And again, they're trying to go up there to yesterday's highs. What the heck is this line? Delete. So you had a simultaneous 4-hour reversal that happened at 6 a.m. You got a bit of a broadening formation here too. I'll draw it on the this guy. Oh, son of a gun. You can see it. This kind of comes with being able to blend candles over time and find outside bars. But the way I would draw it is high, low, new high, new low, new high. Oh, that was ugly, but and they're falling back in. I just don't want to short ES. But you do have this nice broadening formation, so like NQ looks and is stronger intraday. Oh gosh, RTY is puking. RTY also has a broadening formation. High, low, new high, new low, new high. Whoops. And they're trying to come and make a new low. So this is what we talk about when we're talking about trading broadening formations. But we want to see them and then kind of go back into higher time frame continuity. So we got inside 15s. Yeah, I think there could be a lot of diddling in the middle to be expected. Oh, don't feel bad, Joe. It's part of it. Slurpee, I cannot answer that question for you, my man. Ooh, that was a quick turnaround. What was that? So, NQ stronger. Would have liked to have gotten in that, but that happened faster than I could have. All right, NQ hits another target, which is not even a great target, but it's a target. And they're taking profit there. So, I feel like I've said this already, but in case I didn't, news in 9 minutes. What is it? It is University of Michigan. Is that consumer sentiment? Consumer sentiment. I'm like, we don't necessarily care about the news. We just care to know what time it is. So we're not in trades when things go, wonky. And then we can play the reaction after. Because you know how, like, when there's good news, it'll sell. Bad news, it'll, like, rally. Like, you never know how the market's going to react. Oh, Fridays. Don't fry your account Friday. Okay. YM's definitely the weakest. And you can see ES went 2 up and failed instantly. Did not make a new high. NQ did make a new high, hit a target, so ES is weaker. Went outside on the 5-minute, but we've got news coming in 5 minutes. I'm not trying to do anything. But if they're going to finish this Browning formation, they're coming down here. 83.25. NQ is about to also hit that target because it's failing to stay above the highs. So again, if you view, if you view that swing low to that swing high as a range, unable to stay above the high, they're looking to go take out the lows, right? That's your compound outside bar. There she goes. Took out that guy. And that guy. So if you were scalping, you would have shorted here, targeting here. If you were scalping long, pretend this didn't exist yet, you'd be long on the 2 down, 2 up hammer, targeting the highs, which it hit. So that's where you take profit, right? Then you can scalp the other way. All right. Looks like they're buying it back up. If news wasn't coming out, I would buy this bottom. But I'm not doing that because news is about to come out. But this is downside exhaustion, right? So back into the direction of the higher time frame continuity. Elaine, I would love a 2 up, 2 down, 15-minute reversal on NQ after data to go tag the London and midnight opens. Oh, you might get it. I thought it was inside, though. Oh, nope. Just ES. I kind of really want to short this, though, because you got this inside 15er. And a broadening formation. Maybe we will. Oh, they're going to trigger it at the last second. That's not... Oh, they just triggered it on ES, Elaine. The 2 up, 2 down. 322. I'm not doing anything. News is coming out. I'm not falling for your tricks. But remember the broadening formation, high, low, new high, new low, new high, trying to come back down here. But I'm not entering a trade this close to news. That's just a terrible idea. Because I don't know what's going to happen. RTY takes out its lows. Yeah, not today, Satan. Don't tell me what to do, Kane. I'm not doing nothing. We got basically 1 minute. You smack the offer. I don't like authority. It's why I became a trader, obviously. Strat is definitely for kids. Teach your freaking kids this. It's so easy. The 1s, 2s, and 3s, teach your children. It's summertime. Get them babies stratted up. Rob had kid traders. They bought their own Apple Watches.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Tracy.
How are you?
I'm good.
We're good. So we have up in a few seconds. We have University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 1-year inflation expectations, and 5 and 10-year inflation expectations. So sentiment was much higher than expected. Survey was 53.6. We came in at 60.5. 1-year inflation expectation prior was 6.6. That dropped to 5.1, and 5 and 10-year inflation came in at expected 4.1%. So, I mean, as far as consumer sentiment is concerned, that's rather bullish, and we have seen that ridiculous 6.6% from the last survey down to 5.1%. Not necessarily a market mover, but important nonetheless. And with that, I will leave you back to the Strat.
Thank you, love. See, this is why I didn't want to enter a short right before news, because it was a bullish reaction initially. Let's see if we can get something back down, though. I want these lows, so. Only because of that little broadening formation. But we'll see. This is the event continuity on the news. Is this the opening of this green, big green 2-up wiki ass candle? But that's the continuity event level, which would change the 15-minute from green to red. Oh gosh, we are inside 60. We are inside 30. We are inside 15. If we can trigger this 30-minute, I like it. Oh, gosh darn it. I looked away for 1 second. I missed it. Okay, we're going to try and get it anyway. Because it kind of came back to the trigger, so that's not terrible. Man, 1 minute chart is a sneaky little thing. So the 30-minute trigger is right there. So I'm trying to use the 1 minute. I don't want it to reverse. Oh my God. Oh, you're going to go outside on me now. This is what happens when you try to trade when the higher time frames are stuck inside. And this is, here, I'm going to pull over what I'm looking at. That's what I was looking away at. Oh! So we got big, this is a 3-1. Again, how are we getting out of this candle? We are basically, trading dead center in the middle of it, which not great, There's no direction. So trying to click buttons right now, probably not a great idea. Okay, this is the 30-minute. We are also currently an inside 30-minute. 15-minute, we are also inside. So we may have to wait for this 15-minute candle to close, unless they just did. All right, oh God. We're going again. I just wish somebody would break the lows. Well, smaller time frames are whippy, but that's why we want. This This is a terrible idea. I'm stuck in this leg. I was hoping they would puke it to trigger these stops, to trigger the 30, which is down here, to hit the bottom of this Browning formation. And maybe they do, but again, we are inside on all the time frames. This is not at all ideal. And this is why the back and forth. Puke it. Just at least do this guy so we can get some stops triggered. Some long stops, because that's where, maybe they're there, but that's the 30-minute trigger. Okay, again, right, getting my stop tighter, because I don't want to see it go up. I'm obviously short, so I don't want to see it reverse. What is the 5-minute doing? We're probably also inside on the 5-minute, and I shouldn't be clicking buttons right now. Yep, inside on the 5. Maybe we'll stick to the 5-minute. Ooh, baby Browning formation, maybe. Took out the highs. Still inside. NQ did not make new highs on the 1-minute. I need more highs. So potentially we will have an inside 5-minute to maybe trigger 30, 2 up, 2 down, if we get it. 8. I'm going to wait for the 5-minute. I'm not going to take another 1-minute entry. You can see the range we're stuck in. We're stuck from this high to this low. Now NQ looks weaker. It's just so inside on the 30-minute. I don't like it. We'll see if they can start puking. That would be lovely. Take out those lows, please. There you go. Tight stops because I've already taken too many hits. We'll do over here too. Oh, shiitake. That spiked down on me real fast, and I got a really bad entry. I meant to get it at 92. You know, when you pick the wrong horse, pick them both. I mean, whatever. All right, I'm going break even on NQ. I can't believe that fill I got on ES. That was my bad. I got FOMO, but it literally spiked as soon as I hit the button, so what can you do? I don't like my ES trade. I'm in 2 of them. But we did trigger the 30-minute 2-2 reversals. So whatever. So this is why that's my target. Pivot lows, right? 83 and a quarter. I'll go 83.5. I need this guy to get down there. I'm bringing my stop closer on ES. I'm just not comfortable with my entry. I don't really care if I get stopped out because I'm up so far 35 points on NQ. I wish I had 2. I just did it too quickly. Oh, don't freeze. I think I got stopped on ES, which is fine. Again, I really wasn't. I got a late entry. It was no good. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. How's your desk holding up? This is my desk. Oh gosh. Okay. Well. Oh. It like hit the event continuity level and started. I mean, yeah, so far so good. But I really need it to trigger that blue line. like stay red would be good. You guys gotta tell it to puke. You gotta tell it what to do. Oh, good job, Elaine. That was a nice 5-minute candle. I just want more. Just tell it to puke. Oh. They got it set on Alaska here in Florida. Come on, go 2 down. Don't get stuck inside. Got 3.25 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. Frickin' puke it. This chair goes back. All right, fine. Go on. You know you want to trigger the 30. Yeah, if you want the strat indicator, you really, I mean, you really don't need it. What I tell people is I want you to learn what the 1s, 2s, and 3s are on their own. Come on, ES. Stop trying to be a hero. You're going to take those lows. Just do it. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I tell people usually to not rely on indicators, to go to like a daily chart and try to identify inside, outside, and your 2s. Friday trading lately has just not been fun. Well, like today, like to be expected, because we had that big dump overnight. You know. So what we want to see on the next 5-minute candle in 45 seconds is we want to see them go inside and down. We do not want to see them go inside and up. That is the opposite direction of the direction we are trying to trade. So I will have to move my stop, which will be, I don't even know, 20 seconds. There you go. Get back red. And you can trail using, you know, as long as you have lower highs, you can trail your stops based on, you know, the 5-minute chart. Again, I do not want it to go inside and up. I want it to go inside and down, and I want them to take out the lows. So if I don't get that, I will be upset. No, I won't. I will just have my stop where it's supposed to be. And now, so we triggered the inside and down. Now I don't want it to go outside on the 5-minute, so I move my stop here. Just go, come on, buddy. ES, move your ass. Come on. You're almost there. You're almost at the bottom. The target is down there. And again, I stopped out of my ES because I didn't like my entry and I wanted to protect my money, which was a good thing because well, all right, ES. Oh, there you go, buddies. There we go. I want to I don't want my stop too tight, but I don't want to not make money. You know what I mean? I'm going to put it above. So that's the 30-minute trigger, that blue line. Boom. Back to the bottom of the broadening formation. What is that? 77 points. I feel like we should just close it. Oh. Because ES hit its target. I closed it. So whenever like one hits a target, right, that kind of puts the other one at potential exhaustion risk. So I like to be careful in those instances. Likely NQ will still hit its target, but I don't like that they didn't do it together at the same time. So, whatever. I wish I had a runner. I bought 2 ES and I screwed up my order. I did not have 2 NQ, so if I would have, I would have closed one and left the other one break even and then with the target down there, but so we did good. I mean, here, we entered on that 5-minute, if you guys remember. Well, I shouldn't say we. I don't know what you people did, but I shorted it here. Nope. Here. On this inside fiver and down. That's no longer matters. So with like almost no risk, like NQ went right away, right? Here, watch. I locked it in somewhere around here. I don't really know. But your stops can be as tight as this. So here, we'll make it even bigger. So what is this? This is like 11.5 to 1 RR. And that's not even including like the actual target, which is 17. But again, because because ES hit its downside magnitude or target and NQ didn't, that's why it got out. And you can see this big wick forming here, but like it's pretty good. We were at like 70 something at the highest. It was like 77 I saw, but then I got out probably somewhere in the 60s. I don't know. So that's cool for a 5, 10, 15-minute trade. Not even 15 full minutes. Nice. So Whit said, always thought stop was previous candles high or low. That is one stop option, yes. That is in this instance, that is the biggest stop that you can use. Because you really don't want to do that. Because sorry, my voice is starting to. And Q is going to go hit that target. You really don't want to use previous candles, highs, or lows for the simple reason that we know outside bars exist, right? So if this inside bar triggers and then reclaims this inside bar, it's trying to go outside bar. So instead of entering here and putting your stop up here, you can do a 50% stop, because if it's failing, you know it's trying to go up here. So why take this loss when you could just take this loss, right? If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. I mean, when we get in things like this candle, I could have added on this candle, I didn't. When we get into things, we want them to work right away. And this is a great example of it working right away. So your medium stop on this entry would be a 50% stop. Your widest stop would be at the high of the previous candle. And then your tightest stop would be once the bar triggers a stop at the high of this candle. So there's 3 different levels of defense, basically. I mean, this is how we teach like super tight stops, right? So here, oh, I don't know what that button was. Calculator. Don't need you though. I meant to hit delete. So does that make sense? You have super tight, medium, widest. Does that make sense, Whit? Yeah, it's going to go lower. It's going to come down here. That's the target. I have not checked the open interest and volume on the futures. SPY 1 day going for 596.86 target. Oh, my voice is going. I'm going to have to whisper to you guys, I think. So what's happening? 2 down continuation. So the 30-minute is still working. And your Browning formation looks like this. Boop, boop, boop. That's why we were short. Especially after taking out that little baby target up there. Yeah. There she goes. And we got more targets if she wants to keep going. Just look left and mark out pivots. Those are the targets. This was the main target though. Like for like what we were doing. Bear flag break in here. We don't use these words, but the bear flag broke back here, sir. So this is just straight strat stuff, right? Like, we're red on the day. We have a double bottom on the daily. Where is that? Hold on. What is that level? 471. So 3-2 reversal into basically like a pivot. This is what we call a pivot machine gun, where you just have a crap ton of stacked stops, long stops. Let's look at the 4 hour. All right, so we need the 4 hour to trigger if we're going to puke and we're going to go take out those double bottoms on the daily. We need that 4 hour to trigger. And this is what we call the flip. So any new candle opening can change continuity. So you can see like the 6 a.m. hour, they were buying. Oh, I did that wrong. The 2 a.m. hour, they were buying because they were green. The 6 a.m., they were buying. Closed here, open here, they are selling now. And now you got a pivot machine gun to go and target that 471 level. Oh. So, new 5-minute candle. After hitting downside target, this is profit taking. So if you were short from here, you would have wanted to cover here, which was our target. Because now that's what's happening. They are taking profit. So the sellers are buying to close and new candle. And got to be careful because you do have a pivot machine gun kind of back up. So that is where you want to take profit. SPY hits its daily target. I'll pull it over. So SPY took out 1, 2, 3, 4 targets on the daily. This is also a pivot machine gun. And what we call a pivot machine gun is like 5 or more consecutive higher lows. So this is a bearish pivot machine gun. And it just means we're just triggering stops. So people have to start selling, and then coupled with natural selling, it just tends to speed it up. And this can be on any time frame. You can, I mean, day, week, 60, 15 minute, 5 minute. But it did what it's supposed to, right? Like, if you just mark your charts, start marking your charts this way, it just becomes so easy to see. And what are they doing on SPY? They are taking profit because the last nearby and easily obtainable target was hit. And a lot of people like to be like, oh, look at all that magnitude. We're going all the way down there. If it's a huge range, it's unlikely to get down there. But this is, not only is it a pivot machine gun, but it's like a target cluster, right? So all 4 of those are right there, and then the next one's way down here. So it's going to be difficult for them to try and actually get down here. Look at that. Look at this profit taking. Good. It's very difficult to to do this on stream, knowing like some of you are like copy trading. That is a lot of pressure. And I stopped out, what? Two times. But when you don't, it makes up for your losses. When they go, they go. Wouldn't that be crazy if, like, that would suck if my position didn't close. That's why I came to check. I was like, what if it didn't close? And now it looks like they're trying to go back up through the broadening formation. I mean, we could attempt another long. I feel like I'm really late to it, though. I would have liked to have found a oneer entry right here at the lows. I bet there was one. We'll go look. We're going to mark out the level first, and then we'll go look. So here was the downside target, right? So that's when you need to exit your short and then potentially look for a long. Because remember what I said at the beginning? We like to play at the tops and bottoms of broadening formations. So we would be looking for a reversal back up on a lower time frame. This candle right here, when it went, so it started as a 2 up, 2 down, failed, and then went 3. So that was the candle to enter on. And they're gonna go up and trigger this 15-minute. I don't really want to enter a long up here. I would have rather done it down here. So, oh my gosh, my voice. They're about to trigger the 15-minute. So do you see the broadening formation? Also, remember I mentioned this pivot machine gun on the 5? That's what we're going back up through. Boom, 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 boom. Now they're trying to come back and make a new high. Triggers the 15. It's a strat setup. Because think about it from like a really simple point of view. Price can't go up until it trades above a previous candle's high, right? That's why we can put our stop so tight, because we know if price is reversing or continuing. And it's likely trying to go out. Oh, no, we're still inside 30. Never mind. But you got your broadening formation there. NQ stronger than ES. ES triggered it first. Or sorry, NQ triggered it first. Okay, there goes ES triggering it. So again, downside exhaustion, profit taking, new flip. Trying to go back up. So this is when people be like, oh, they got my stops. No, this is just how price action works. Like, it works in a series of broadening formations. Market doesn't care about your stops, but personally, but this is just how it works. I feel like that line is in the wrong spot. No? Yeah, they're going to make new highs. As long as we can stay above that 15-minute line. ES had a couple good entries too. So like, because we were at downside exhaustion, that's what that line is. So right here, this 2 down, 2 up. This one here, 2 down, 2 up. So these are actionable signals. So you get a little bit of corrective activity and then a push, a little bit of corrective activity and then a push. What perspective does it bring? It means that price is reversing from down to up. You can see it. You can see it happening, right? Again, they're trying to go back to the highs of the Browning formations. It's good to know about targets, isn't it? Look at that was the target, right? So short, 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 get out. Reversal. Boom. I got too many blue lines on my chart. It's getting ugly. That's beautiful. Beautiful strat stuff. We love to see it. SPY also reversed off of its daily target. ES ran into a pivot target and corrective activity. Somebody said Trump Security Council meeting at 11? Not too sure what that means. But maybe just expect volatility. We don't need to know what it means, but you need to know when things are happening.
All right, we got new 15-minute candles as well. Still inside. This looks like it wants to go 3 on NQ. Well, okay. It's trying to go outside fiber. What's a 30-minute look like? Let's see. We are inside. Darn it. If you want to learn the strat more, I believe in this live stream that we're in, if you go to the video description, I think my like YouTube is in there. And then you just go to my YouTube or just Google or search on YouTube for Sara Strat Sniper, and then go to playlists, the playlist tab, and then look for the Stratucation playlist. I have a better one that I made. So the Stratucation playlist I made in 2020. I have a better one that I made in 2023. I should probably just post that. Yeah, you're welcome. You are welcome. But yeah, like I didn't have a cool mic in 2020. I didn't. So the playlist I made in 2023 was a lot more direct, to the point, clear, a lot less ums, and I was a baby content maker in 2020. So the videos look like it. They make me cringe. I hate them. But a lot of people love them. Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything right now. We're now really kind of stuck in the middle of this broadening formation. So not a lot to do. I feel like we had a good morning. I got slapped around a little bit in the beginning, but ultimately, the broadening formation prevailed, as it usually does. So we got a nice little short, so I'm happy with that. The goal is not to sit here and make a million trades, right? It's to make one good high probability trade, and we had it right here. So that's good. I'm happy. I'm happy with today. Guys, got to hit that like button and subscribe. All this free content that NinjaTrader puts out. Well, free to you. Not them. Definitely not free to them. But free to you guys. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Very cool of them to do this. And I like what Pac said earlier. He said, you know, he's proud to be part of this team, and I am too. It's really neat. They're doing amazing things here. And we all have different strategies, and that's fine. Long as your risk is good, you can stay in the game long enough to figure it out, right? Which was my saving grace, because I struggled really hard in the beginning, but I never allowed myself to take big losses. Mostly just a bunch of paper cuts that pretty much just like kept my account basically at break even or like slightly red. But in your first year or two of learning, like that's a win. Like if you don't blow up, which I never have blown up, because again, my risk was always like I'm not here to lose money. So luckily I've never blown up. That would be awful. And I've heard a lot of traders say, oh, like you can't make it until you blow up. That is not true. Don't believe that for a second. Hi, Shanti. Shanti is in our community, and she is a mini-me. She charts just like me. She posts really good setups on the free side. No, I said broadening, like a megaphone, like broadening. Gets bigger. Adam, that's why you got to learn the strat. I think, hold on, let me make sure. Really appreciate what you guys do and your content. Probably wouldn't have the courage to get into trading without it. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, we're long bias right now. I'm just not personally taking any more trades. If you know the strat, this 2 down, 2 up reversal, that's where you would enter. Because again, we're coming off the bottom of our broadening formation, so now we're looking to go to the top of the broadening formation. So you would want to look for actionable signals, which is anything on this sheet. 2 down, 2 up. So the bullish setups are on the left side. So like in this box, the left side are the bullish setups. Bullish. Yeah, so you're looking to get back to the top, back to the highs. And again, for that broadening formation. Yeah, we do have a Discord. I think that's also in the description. So ES just made new highs. So even if you're a scalper, right? Your trade here, it's a little easier for me on here. If you're a scalper, you'd go from here to here for 7.5 points, which is not a bad day, even on just like one mini. But you got to know your bias and why you're taking it. And the bias, again, was we hit downside exhaustion on the daily, and we just hit bottom of the broadening formation. So we're looking for higher now. We're still inside on the 30-minute, which flips. They might try and trigger it. I don't know, we'll see. That's the 30-minute trigger. So even if you were in from the 5, you could add on the 30-minute trigger. And your cost basis would be somewhere in the middle, right? So like, if you entered here and then you add here, your cost basis would be here, and you could like already break even it. Let's look at the 60. What do you know? Didn't I tell you earlier that an outside bar is a broadening formation on a lower time frame, which I've been showing you all morning? It's the 5 or 15-minute chart. Okay. This is awesome. So ES is trying to go double outside 60s because of that broadening formation. Now, if it doesn't do it in the time, because if it doesn't do it in the time allotted, that's fine. We only got 3 minutes left on this, but on the next flip, if you go 2 down, 2 up, your target is still the same. It just took an extra candle to get there as opposed to 1. But it's just awesome. Like, you just can see so clearly what's happening. NQ, also trying to go outside on the 60, double outside on the 60. If it doesn't, it's going to go 2-2-60 because it's closer to going 2 down, 2 up, still targeting that high. And my time here is almost done, so does anybody have any questions at all? Any strat specific questions? If you want the link to the Discord, just go to my Twitter bio, Sara Strat Sniper. Good, I'm glad. Good job, Tom. Okay. Good, good. Yeah, memorize it. Memorize the sheet. Teach it to your kids. It's really simple. I promise it is.
Hey, good morning, Sarah.
Yep, Sara Strat. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going. We had a good short this morning, and that's all I wanted to do. So just kind of been sitting here talking to people, teaching people.
That's cool. I heard you say you've never blown up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, never.
You should try it. It's a ton of fun.
I think I'm good. I like money. I don't want to, make it go poof.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Good for you. Yeah, pretty cool Friday today. I'm excited that the range seems to be partying. So, yeah.
Yeah. Did you take any trades today?
Oh, yeah. I've taken a billion trades today. I'm trying to get long to this 820 spot. This is a really good high time frame setup that I have. I know we got some geopolitical news last night, which is often when this happens, but we tagged the bottom of my value area that I've been drawn, and then this previous week value area low was holding. So I've been looking for every chance I can to get long and stay long and get back into this value up here. So currently,
nice. Yeah, I think
I'm in from 630 at the moment. I'll buy this 680 again, though.
Is that NQ? I can't see that far.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. 21,630. But yeah, it's been a busy Friday. I've been doing the opposite of what I normally do on Friday today, but it's been good.
Ooh, that's a good entry.
Yeah,
you crushed that entry. I think you'll see your new highs.
Sarah, I got don't get me wrong. I took a billion stops to get it. Scratched and clawed my way to that 630. So, but,
that's how it is sometimes. I took a couple stop outs and we got one. So that's all that matters.
Yep. No, days like this when I'm trying to get to a higher time frame target, I'm willing to take as many scratches as I can to get to it, and then trail it on the way. Yeah, it should be a good hour though. Hopefully we'll get those new highs. But I'll let you get off to your weekend. You are relieved. It's happy hour whenever you choose to start it right now.
That's right. It is happy hour. Every hour is a happy hour.
That's right.
All right. Bye, everybody. I will see you guys next Friday. And good to talk to you, So.
Yeah, good to talk to you too, Sarah. I'll see you later. What up, chat? How's it going? Yeah, give it up for Sarah. Sarah's great. Happy Friday, everybody. What's up, Bradley? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning. So yeah, today's a cool day. I've been extremely active today. And we've pulled about, let's look at where we're at. I think I'm at like, I've got about 250 points in the bag at the moment. 225. I was extremely active this morning and pre-market. I'll try to show you this. It's kind of tough to show. I'll pull up the high time frame one first, and then we'll kind of go backwards into what I'm looking at here. So we had a big, yo, good morning, Nick. Good morning, 2020. I'll let everybody get in here first for a second before I go into the spiel, actually. But this is an important one. So I want to make sure the chat gets in here and can party before we get to it. Let me see, 819. Make sure I got this right. Cool. Good morning, Scooby. Good morning. Good morning, Rizoa. Moto Cyclin 3. Just follow Sarah on Twitter. You'll figure out how to learn the strat from her. She posts all kinds of useful stuff. She's got a Discord. She's got a YouTube channel. So yeah, just start Googling. Yes, Sav. It's definitely in there. Working the gears like Ratatouille. This tick can trade. Let me tell you. This tick can trade. I'm actually feeling great. I had a super bad migraine for the last 2 days. It's messed up the way that this has worked for me. Like I'll feel so much better and then so much worse the next day. So just kind of one day at a time with this thing. Feeling good today though. Good morning, Lloyd. Good morning, Neil. Hey, Macaulay. I'm not a rock star. I just sing Creed on trading YouTube channels. Mag SRT supplement. Okay. Well, I don't normally get migraines. Migraines aren't like a thing that I have. Is that like magnesium something, something, something? Okay, cool. I drink this. I mean, I have this like salty drink thing, and it has 60 milligrams of magnesium in it, and a ton of potassium, and then a ton of sodium too. So, and then I also take, I take the old man vitamin. I take the Centrum for 40 plus. So we're covered. We're covered on vitamins. Morning, Omni. Good morning. I'm the JFK Jr. of trading, but in a good way. All right. I'm gonna leave that sit. Not sure how to take that. How do you get my strat? I don't know. If I could figure out how to write it down, I would just hand it to you. It's a combination of vibes and, it's just staring at a screen for a very long time. So in order to get my strat, you have to, number one, I have blown up. So unfortunately, I'm not in the same club as Sarah. So, but she's right. You don't have to blow up to be a good trader. I mean, there's definitely like some lessons that can come with that. But if you've got those lessons locked down already, you certainly don't have to learn them to be successful. But yeah. 2 Cent Harry telling me not to drink anything in a can. Well, I'm already filled with microplastics, so I'm actually trying to get as many microplastics as I can in there to see if I can go for the record. Been drinking things in cans for 40 years, so why not? Why not try to be the best? Dude, the production team has jokes. You guys don't know. These folks are funny. These folks have proper jokes. That's funny, Sav. Wow, macroplastics. That's very good. Hey, thanks, Sarah. Hey, good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So yeah, okay, let's go over this stuff. Let's look at the high time frame. I'm just gonna chill in this trade. I'm not really looking to trim it until I get to 816. I want to see what happens here. As we get into 11 o'clock, the 11:30. Also, I'm sorry, my stupid Europe opening range isn't showing up on here, so I'll have to manually walk that through. I was messing with my charts big time when we had that outage yesterday, so that's probably where it's come from. Anyways, all right. High time frame. This box, auto-drawn by the Auto Plot Study in Order Flow Labs. And this has been the giant balance area that we've been forming ever since we left. This one that was down here. It's pretty much this area. So left it, came back. Now, this is when this setup is cool for me. Also, this stuff normally happens in Globex. It also tends to happen a lot on Thursday going into Friday. That's when I really like it too. But we have a giant geopolitical news sell-off overnight, right? Liquidity is thin. We lost, what did we lose? 400 points, 450 points in NQ. And sure enough, down here at, a little bit before midnight, we start testing and messing with the bottom of this value area. And the value area is just an area, but it's also where these previous buyers were that were, keeping us in this range and holding this taper up into this volume node. When this happens, and I wake up and not only is the bottom of the balance area holding, not only is the previous week value area low holding, and it's Friday, I'm trying to buy this thing. This red box here is a gap. We'll talk about that in a second too. But that's also an important part of this setup. So I wake up and I'm like, oh baby, look at this. Rejected, bottom. Let's get back into value. I also really enjoy when this happens at the bottom instead of the top because I'm better at trading long than I am trading short. So that's also why I get stoked. All right, now let's go to the open. Back here. I also was building position back here pre-open at this 640 area. And also remember last week, last Thursday, Leo and I talked about the 680 position. That's an extremely important spot. And that happens to be exactly where we opened today. Now, in gap down scenarios and gap up scenarios, especially when they're really big, I like to look at that opening drive as a clue as to whether or not that's going to, be a gap that fills or a gap that holds. Now, this opening drive, it was a quick blip down. Also, we opened right at 680. So funny. Quick blip down and then extreme drive up. So I was able to capture that extreme drive up. And that's why I was trying to build a position pre-market as well. Because if we get this extreme drive up, there's really no entry in it here. But also this was acting like RTH pre-market in here. So the story of this is took a big scalp, got back in here at VWAP, got stopped, had to get back in. You know, this is pretty early. It's only 8 minutes in. So the earlier in the day you're trading NQ, the more wiggly it's going to be. You got to be willing to take some stops. So scaled out some more, and then we got to 10 o'clock here. I just got out of my position because we had consumer sentiment coming, and that dumb news thing has hurt me before. So I was just like, yeah, we'll just wait. We'll wait for that print. This is the consumer sentiment print right here. You know, there's nothing really to glean from that. It's just like, this is 10 o'clock. Yeah, and then once price seemed to be supportive down here at the OR mid, I started to buy this again, scale. And then ultimately I got stopped out on my runner here. And then this is just the story of me trying to stay in. So I'm trying to stay long off this 680, scaling, eventually get stopped on one, you know, get back in, scaling, stopped. And then I finally got the good one here. Long on a core here at the pivot, which is also 632. This is also where I was buying pre-market as well. So yeah, scaled, got a big one off at VWAP there. And now I'm just operating on this same theory that I want to see that gap close. It's not as good of a setup anymore because ES closed its gap, but that's still what we're shooting for. Dane, I don't scale in. So the best way, if you're watching me, the best way you can remember that is if I say scale, that's me scaling out of my position. I don't scale into a position. I will add, but I don't scale in to a position. Lots of people do, and it's cool and it's fine, but I do not. So I start everything with a bracket, and then I scale out of that initial entry, or I get stopped and then I get back in. I do not build a position scaling in and out. Except pre-market I did, but I was just doing one lot pre-market, take it off, one lot pre-market, take it off. Yeah. $2 Harry, there's no corn oil in this. The only thing that's in this is salt, magnesium, and potassium chloride. That's it. And stevia. That's the flavor. There's no sugar. There's no nothing. And it's delicious, baby. You like 790? That's fair. I mean, it'd be cool to see the IB break. We didn't quite get back to the weekly open with that push, but I mean, that's pretty close. But we just like sniffed that 800 spot and bailed off of it. And that was before the newsprint, so I don't know. I feel like this is a good retrace, and now I'm just leaning on this leg now. I mean, the bid's very happy, so it's not really anything that wants me to get out of this position yet. NMAHA how do you set up stop loss and target in NinjaTrader? So you just go to this. So this little gray box to the right is called Chart Trader. And if you go to this ATM strategy, you can build your own in here. And if you just hit custom, then it will show you, you get to a screen and then you can change it. Yeah, that's it. I've got a couple in there, I've got a couple for NQ, a couple for MNQ singles, MNQ 4-lot. Yeah, and you can build them so that you can click around in between them whenever it's most convenient. Try to check in on ES to see what it's up to. So ES is definitely in a better mood than NQ is today. As you know, it closed this gap. It's kind of above its previous day low right now, trying to make new highs. And what I like about NQ is, or what I like about ES right now is it has a P-shaped profile, and then it's kind of getting back into its 5-day balance node also. Like it's not rejecting it. There's no taper up there. So this could just be, a grindy time to get up through all this stuff if we're going to make it. But I like this profile shape here. I like this. There's no taper at the high, so that means we can get a little higher possibly. Obviously, I have no idea what's going to happen. That's just speculation. But that's where my plan currently resides, is trying to get up in here, fill this gap, which is at 817. Yeah. Yeah, flight here. I still raise my stop. I've got it like 20 points in profit right now, but I might pull it up. Omni, you think this is going lower? That's quite rude. ASM, I use monthly VWAP. Let's see, what day is it? Yeah, usually like 2 weeks into the month, that starts to be a thing that I'll look at. We're sitting at it right now in NQ at 755. The way I kind of view those, like a week and a half into the month, that starts to be relevant for me. I don't do a rolling one. I just have them reset every month and then every week. So for the first 2 days of every week, I don't use the weekly VWAP or give it much credence at all. And then I start to look at it on Wednesdays. And then for the first at least week of the month, I don't look at the monthly VWAP for any reason. It just doesn't have enough juice in it yet. Yeah, sure, no problem. Are you really trading bonds on me? That's funny. Oh, what? Nick's short too? Is the whole chat going to inverse me on a Friday? That's not very kind. Nick, it spent some time above the G line, baby. It's above. It's thinking about it. But that was a good short if you took it, for sure. And I feel like I didn't make enough coffee today. Some days I don't. Some days I have too much. Some days I don't have enough. You can't ever get that balance right. Are you really long YM? Two-wheeled nomad. Fair enough. YM trader in the house. Okay, good. Good job, Nick. Yeah, Fridays are a good day to, if you got a good morning, get out of here. No need to spend too much time in the market if you don't have to. I'm glad the internet has seemed to figure itself out today. So that's good. Oh, it's Friday the 13th. Fair enough. That's cool. Do any of you watch those movies on Friday the 13th? My best friend always does a little Jason marathon for himself every Friday the 13th, which I think is funny. Thank you, Mr. Deck. You too. Florida man short gold. I swear everybody on the planet is trading gold these days. I don't know where that came from, but all of a sudden everybody's a gold trader. If I can get you guys to all chant fill this gap with me, that would be great. And I think we could get it going. Get this 75 guy out of the way, though. Yeah, NQ's still got it open on me. That's why I'm so that's why I've been slinging the crap out of it. I don't know. Sorry. Slinging the hell out of this Friday. I think I can do some PG swears. Like I said, damn it yesterday, so. I mean, where's the overnight high even? Where's that baby? Look at that. 914. Wouldn't that be fun? Now we're partying. Hello. All right, so we at least got to the open. NQ's weekly open. It was pretty big. It's a pretty big pop there. A ton of selling just happened. Right here. So we're gonna keep an eye. Almost closed it. Set like 10 points shy. I'm trying to look at the overnight. I mean, this was all just pure evil selling. I'd love to get to 860 at least, 850. Because all that was done is so thin. Whenever something is so on such thin volume like that, it at least, I mean, you never know, but it at least has the opportunity to traverse it quickly. So that was a pretty big sell at 800. Nice trade, France. Yeah, I mean, 860 makes logical sense. Not that I mean, that's just what we think, though. That's not, the market doesn't make logical sense. So, unfortunately. Okay. Now I'm watching this pullback here. Now we're retesting this 75 spot. $11.25. Okay, I added 2 there, 75. You can see my average pulled up there. My new average is 728. So now that I've made it an add at 75, I'm going to stay long as we're up here above this, but I'll cut it back down here. So I'm treating this ad like a new trade. I mean, the bid showed up. I was trying to watch to see if we can cross or if this is just gonna. I like it. Up to, okay, 3 lots. Okay. Just double checking that position size because you guys saw me make that mistake before. That's not a fun one. It's a pretty dumb mistake to make. So that's in my checklist now to not be stupid. 77, 87, 93. Chase it, bid. Chase it up, baby. Enjoy yourself. Don't let anybody tell you can't buy this thing. I don't know if the bid likes it when I encourage it like that or not, but nice. All right. So obviously that took our. We got to come all the way down here to get our stop now. Come on, baby. Why's it doing that? There we go. Okay, so we locked in our. This ended up taking our lot because it's like first in, first out. That's just the way that's structured. So this took our long from the 630s off here. So now we're just in this add position. And I mean, this is good. This is what we want. We got very close to closing the gap at 817. At this point, you don't want to be a D for 10 points. But I still like 860 if we can get to it. And the bid is extremely happy. I also like this ad down here because we came back and tested these. I mean, all of these wicks, all of these highs. We finally broke out of that and then pulled back to it. So if it's going to keep going, that's the spot to hit it. And then tighten up the stop below it. So I like that. 66. So we're risking. Yeah, that's fine. I'm stoked. I am stoked on that trade. That was cool. Oh, yeah. Up to 300 points. That's great. I'm going to try, Richie, but like I said, I took this ad up here and I don't like to take an ad and then give back the profit from my previous position. So if I'm going to add, I just treat that like a new trade. So I'll get stopped here, or I'll hold if we can get back above this weekly open. We're coming back up on this big sell here. Let's see if it's got any reaction or not. ES did make a new high on that, and it's got plenty of room. A new high would be encouraging. Okay, there's the turn. So London is closed. Looks like the bid's still partying. Thanks, Madman Marcos, for starting to fill this gap. Fill this gap. Fill this gap. I mean, we got 18 points to get there. You can do it, NQ. I believe in you. Don't let the haters get you down. Well, that was a pretty big lift there at 796. Good job, fly it there. Fly it here. Sorry. Fly it here, not fly it there. ASM for a new trader. You could start with MES. ES moves, differently than NQ does, in that it's a little more purposeful sometimes. It's a little slower. They both have their own vibe, so it's whatever you want to do. What any new trader should start with is nothing. Every new trader should start with no position and then just watch for sure for months. Some pops definitely got some stops got popped there. I missed my fill by 3 points. That's a bummer. It's okay. I still like it. Yeah, just start on sim if you need to, but if you want to get used to what it's like to execute. But yeah, don't start trading until you've been watching this for at least a couple months and have some idea of what you're trying to trade like, JD Florida Man says, move that stop stow. It's a see money, take money market. That's fair. But also war is always looming. So yeah, everything is looming. This market is so reactionary and we live in such a polarizing time that, you're going to get those news blips no matter what happens to you. And honestly, I have moved it up. I'm only rocking a 10-point stop here. So we're good. Don't worry, Omi. If it starts to get weird, then I'll get out of here. What I like seeing is this bid now being supportive. There's a lot of bids stacking up, taking this sell that's coming at it. So, yep, just monitoring, just thinking. Oh, that was before. Okay, fair enough. I did move it. It was in profit like 40 points. So I wasn't letting it come the whole way back. I was taking my 2-3R on it like normal. But like I said, this is a big. I've seen this story a bunch of times. Set up. So if the story is going to play out again, I want to try to capitalize on it. Why are we saying tuna? Let's go. Is there is tuna in the chat trading something? Did I miss something while I was watching Delta? Ah. Who has time to spam a YouTube chat on Fridays in the summer? I mean, I appreciate the dedication. That's for sure. Oh, thanks, Claudia. Yeah, I try to be patient. There's a fine line between like it's hard to be patient and then also like extremely fast and reactionary. So it's sometimes a challenge to wait for your fat pitch and then also like, you got to take some swings at some other pitches too. It's a balance for me. Yeah, Nick and I killed the internet yesterday. I hope that doesn't happen again today. My inverse powers you know, really no bounds, truly. Nope, wrong, Omni. Not what I said. I work clean, thank you. Yeah, it's so weird, Cy. It was very sporadic like that. I don't know. That's what happens when the world relies on cloud services and cloud providers, and then they go down. So well, I'll yell at Omni all the time. Speed Spader, is that Waffles? What's up, Waffles? How you doing? I haven't seen you forever. Yeah. So still chilling in this trade. I still like it. Um, I like this two-way action up here. I like that this bid is still being supportive. No no surprise that the weekly open is going to be, a bit of a slog to get through. It's a lot of action there always. But yeah, making new highs. Still don't see much that makes me want to get out of this. But these are like, we're also kind of in like my runners right now. My runners have runners. What a good day. What a good Friday. Got to be grateful when the market gives you something like that on a Friday. Sean, what is the 21817 level? That is yesterday's low. So I don't have it on here because, I try not to overload you folks with MGI. But yesterday's low is at 81850. And so that would be the gap close if we get to that spot. So it's only a level because it's, around the spot where the gap will close. I don't hate that short flight here. Don't hate it. Yep, very two-way up here. That's a good spot to get in if it's gonna if this absorption is gonna hold here. And this also is more of a taper now. We had this pop, so that might be our taper. And if this absorption turns into active sellers, then that's a good short, bud. Yeah, this is a pretty big day already. It's 200 points so far. ADR's down to 217. Yeah, I'm still seeing buyers, so I'm still going to hang. Yeah, Florida man, I don't sell these spots because like this is the thing about VWAP bands and any band or any sort of indicator like that is like this is lagging to a degree, like you're only really able to see the slope after it starts to develop. Like this is where the slope begins, but you don't really have an eye for this slope changing until you give it 10 or so candles. So yeah, and plus, I have those rules. I don't fade this stuff. And the way I'm able to use the inside bands is that's usually also supported by some sort of previous price action that I can lean on both those spots. So that was why I took this long. Like we're holding inside of this band that we had a struggle to get into. So that's a good long ad for me for those reasons. And then also because it's testing all this previous stuff. And then I see order flow here to support that as well. So you really need to have, I guess I really need to have like 3 or 4 points of confluence to really pull the trigger. And you think about them in just a few seconds. So that's why I said you should probably sit in front of a screen for a couple months before you do anything. Just because it takes a while to get that pattern recognition in there. And it would be pretty greedy not to take a fill here if they're going to fill this gap. We can hold that runner for 860. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. You guys aren't chanting loud enough. Sorry, that gap's not closed. Wait, unless you're from the future. I forgot you guys are delayed a little bit. Are you from the future? Did the gap close? Because I don't have 818.50 has not traded yet. Although we might be being D's for T's up here. Come on. Come on, Mr. Bid. If you guys would give me at least a like for every human being that's watching this, we could fill this gap, no problem. If I take this fill, if I mark it out of this position, it'll fill immediately after. Know that. Know that is true. XY. XY, I'm trying to get everybody to chant fill that gap with me, and they're not doing it. So we're still 4 points shy of it. It's true. I am trading on a Friday. Which I probably wouldn't have been doing, actually. So this is cool. I'm glad that I'm trading on a Friday because I got 300 points out of this day that I wouldn't have gotten. Come on, you turkeys. You know it's going to fill. Give it up. Let's see. 1145. There is quite a lot of absorption up here, too. The offer definitely sitting here at 8 in the 18s. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Can we do it? Ah! Can I get the push? We did it. Great job, chat. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, we got the push. We got the push key. We filled the gap. It's a Friday in America. Everybody's having a good time. Thanks, JS. I don't know. I don't know if it was good work or not, but I'm having fun. I'm having fun. USA. USA. Yeah, I'm sure Leo's busy with his new child or not sleeping, but Leo was the first one to put me onto that idea that the watch the opening drive when you're in a gap to see if that gap fill is the likelihood of that gap fill or not. And as you can see, we had, the 100 point, basically 100 point opening drive. So that's what made me super stoked to keep trying to get in those longs. Obviously, it's easier said than done to do it, but yeah, we got in, stayed in, we got our target. So now we're just running with the runner, which I'm going to keep right here. I still want to be wrong below this candle, which is a good spot, but it's volume's still pretty thin all the way up to all the way up to 860 or so. So we could just let this roll for the rest of the day. Who knows? Hey, love you too, Waffles. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much. I same with Omni. I've been trading with Waffles for maybe 3 or 4 years. I don't know. Who knows? This is not a normal Friday. Fly it here. What do you mean? What's not normal about it? No, MP Warchkey. I don't have my own room. No. I just hang out in the rooms with everybody else. It's much better that way. The only time I thought about making a Discord was so I could stream myself playing online Pot Limit Omaha. So it wouldn't have been a trading Discord. It would have been a let's have fun and watch Stowe lose money at while he learns how to play PLO. But I only had that idea for like 30 seconds and then gave up. Well, Damon, I mean, yeah, we've had a lot. I've traded through, I don't know, like 1,000 war headlines at this point. It's like, at some point you got to put, I mean, if you're trying to be objective and, play order flow and play price action, like it's not really useful to have that stuff in your mind other than to know that, at any moment a headline can smack you around, but it's not really tradable information for me. Does it suck for humans? Like, yeah, of course, but I try to not let that into my process. So all I know is that we had a big sell-off on very low volume overnight, and we hit the bottom of the balance area and found buyers again. So that's all I need. Oh, ASM, I use hotkeys for sure. I never click a mouse. I prefer hotkeys. I have 3. Alt B is buy, Alt S is sell, and then Alt F is flatten. Alt F also occasionally stands for something else. But yeah, I just set my ATM strategy over here for whatever I want it to be, and then I'm just rocking those hotkeys. There's a lot of good Waterboy sound effects that the team could grab, I'm sure. There's so much stuff in that movie. That's great. Oh no, we suck again. That's a good one. Pretty much Rob Schneider, anything from Waterboy would work. Yeah, the hotkey is open bracket orders, yes. So you as long as you have your at the money strategy selected over here, when you use your hotkey, it will open that bracket order. And then also the cool thing is, so once you have a position open, here, I'll switch to, all right, so I'm going to switch to sim to demonstrate this. So as you can see, my position goes away, but it still exists. So I'm just on the sim now. If I go to my MNQ 4-lot bracket, and I have, it automatically defaults to 4 because that's how I've set it. I'm going to hit Alt B. So that buys up here. And then, so it sets the bracket however I've set it. Now, if you move the quantity down to 1, say I wanted to Alt S and sell out of 1, it still keeps the bracket working. So I sold 1, so it turned my stop loss from 4 to 3, and then it also removed the first in line limit order. Now, if I hit Alt S again, see, it takes the second one away. So that's how I open up a 4-lot position, and then I'll move this quantity down, and that's how I'll manage that in the active management of the trade. Okay, now I'm back to my account. Oh, thanks, Mr. Progress. I'm good, man. This is, I'm still set on this. This is a good spot for my stop. I've got plenty of points in the bank. Let me see. Yep, we've got 350 points in the bank. And then we got 60 open here. So that's good. I'm already way into a high note right now. So I want to see if we can get to 860. Seems like we're partying. But if this thing turns around, comes back into this this +2, then we'll get back out of it. Yeah, this I trade micros. Four micros max. On this account that I'm trading, I have a max bet size of $120. No, this is not my room. If anything, this is the production staff's room, honestly. They do all the work. Implying that you have a room is like, yeah, you probably did some work to set it up. But yeah, I just log in and say, hi, guys. And then they're like, hey, Stowe, here's the stuff. Go ahead. We did all the work. Now you just have to sit here and have fun. So. Oh, thanks, Mike. Yeah, good. Treat yourself to something nice for your hard work. Get yourself some ice cream. Never hurts. It's summertime. So let's pull up the high time frame chart and just see kind of where we're back at here. We're just getting back to this big node. Sure, if I zoom in that, yep. So we'll see a point of control is up here, 865, previous month high, previous week high, all that good stuff up here. It's a good spot to take profit. Yeah, pretty cool. We got all the way up there. MP, I open a stop with I open a position with 15 points as a stop loss. It is rarely larger than that. If we're in a pretty slow range, like I'll tighten that up, but it's 15 to start, and then I kind of drag my stuff around and build my risk bracket from there. Larry, Stowe, with the NQES contract expiration next Friday on Ninja, can we roll to September as the volume shifts on Monday, Tuesday? Yeah, I'm probably going to roll on Monday. And I'll let you guys know when I switch contracts there for sure. Roll week is going to be pretty light. So we got a lot to talk about Monday anyways with the stats. So we'll go over stats like normal. But I take roll week pretty light because a bunch of my stuff that I watch stops working. So yeah, it's when you're an order flow trader and the order flow is split between two contracts, your edge dulls. And so it's a good week to chill. So we're going to take it extra easy. Jeremy, I normally enter all four at once. I don't average into a trade. I don't scale into a trade. I've tried it. It's just not something I'm into. It's not to say that I never do it, but I usually don't do it. If I'm scaling into a trade, it's if I'm trying to just get one lot or two lots at a time. Like I was doing that pre-market today just to try to get into that position for that opening drive play, which is a setup that I'm kind of like tinkering with. So I was using that more of as an experiment today. This is some pretty spicy volume right here. Let's see what we get. Richie Rich says, Stowe, your chart doesn't show all your indicators at the top. Yeah, I do know how to turn that off. So you just go to, if you just go to your indicators tab, indicators, this will just take a moment to load and then I'll show you. So like, for example, the order flow VWAP, what you want to do is you just go to where it says label. It's in this setup tab here. I know you can't see the crosshairs anymore, but it's this setup tab. Where it says label, just make sure that this is blank. And if you make that blank, then yeah, nothing will show up there. It's just nice and clean. Daniel asks, in average, how many points do you win per winning trade and lose per losing trade? Yeah, I can. If you tune in on Monday, I can walk you through like this entire week's stats for that, and we can talk about it together. I try to have a win to loss ratio of 1.35 to 1.45 to 1 as an average, with a 53 to 56% win rate. That's my goal. Of course, that all exists, in just hypothetically until you actually trade it. So like 3 weeks ago, I had a really bad week. Obviously didn't hit those stats. Last week, I had a really good week, really hit those stats well. So it's just like the average over time, which hopefully I can build up to. And then, after a few months of doing this together, we can take a look back at the whole thing and get like a real big sample size. Oh, yeah. Well, we didn't quite get to 860, but it's 12 o'clock. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. Just kidding. I'm sure you guys all have jobs. But yeah, I'm just going to close this right here and be done. So yeah, that's it. This can keep going to 860 if it wants to. I don't care. I'm going to do some other stuff with my Friday. Maybe cut the grass. I think it's going to rain this weekend, so I should probably get out there and hit it while I'm feeling better. But yeah, thanks so much for chilling with me on Friday. I'll be back on Monday at normal time, 11 in the morning to noon. And then, yeah, we'll get back to business as usual. But thank you all so much for a great week. Thanks to everybody that came on. We had so much cool stuff this week. We had that extra, the retail therapy with Jared was super cool. I think he's going to do that all the time. So keep an eye on that for whenever his next session is going to be. And don't forget, you can still sign up to be on the show with him and go through that experience yourself. And it's extremely worthwhile. So I actually think that gave me the confidence to really push this day. That conversation that I had with him, I really went pretty hard at this day, and I don't think I would have done that without that additional confidence that I got from that session. So thanks, Jared. If you're watching, he's probably not, but just in case. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Have an awesome weekend. And remember the most important message of the day: be safe out there and be good to each other. Thanks for coming.